Chapter 802. Although the zombies were puzzled, they obviously lowered their vigilance after seeing that it was spirit coins. Seeing that the zombies had relaxed their vigilance, Yi Hao couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Because if the zombies dodged in advance, he really didn't have the confidence to blow them up with spirit coins. But at this moment, these zombies didn't dodge at all. That meant that the remaining zombies would definitely die. Boom. Despite Yi Hao's nervous mood, the spirit coins still landed on the zombies. And the zombies, from the beginning to the end, had no intention of dodging. Obviously, they didn't take the spirit coins seriously. When they knew that the spirit coins had exploded, they revealed looks of disbelief. They couldn't figure out why the spirit coins would explode. But obviously, they had no chance to think. The zombies were blown to pieces by the spirit coins, leaving behind balls of ghost spirit fire in an instant. And these ghost spirit fire seemed to be pulled by a force and flew towards the depths of the formation pill divine sect. But how could the heavenly yin spirit be affected by these ghost spirit fire? In the blink of an eye, it swallowed a few ghost spirit fire. It's over just like that. When everyone saw the dead zombies, they suddenly felt that it was very unrealistic. One had to know that just now, they were still anxious because a few zombies were chasing Yi Hao. They were even sweating for Yi Hao. But in the next second, the ones who died were actually the zombies. On the other hand, Yi Hao was completely fine. How did the Lord do it? Everyone looked at Yi Hao in surprise. They really couldn't understand. Because these spirit coins were only used by them for daily transactions. It couldn't be more common. Usually, except for transactions, they didn't use them at all. At most, only the experts at the Demon Emperor level would use spirit coins to cultivate. But they had never heard that spirit coins could be used to injure the enemy. But Yi Hao did it. And Yi Hao didn't just injure the enemy, he killed more than a dozen Demon Emperor level zombies. Only at this moment did everyone realize why Yi Hao had repeatedly tossed a spirit coin into the ring yesterday. The Lord is definitely a peerless genius. His brain is simply, too, abnormal. Everyone looked at Yi Hao and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. However, everyone's face was filled with joy. With Yi Hao's special method, they would be much safer in the Divine Pill sect. Yi Hao was relieved to see that the zombies were all dead. Yi Hao immediately started searching for spatial rings in front of the dead zombies. If Yi Hao's guess was right, these Demon Venerate zombies would definitely have Demon Venerate blood martial elixirs. Fortunately, the explosion of the spirit coins did not damage the interspatial ring. Yi Hao searched for a long time and found 13 spatial rings. What made Yi Hao both surprised and happy was that there were actually identity tokens in all 13 spatial rings. These identity tokens were all made of dusksand gold. In Yi Hao's opinion, these tokens made of dusksand gold were probably even more precious than the Demon Venerate blood martial elixirs. If there were enough materials, Yi Hao would like to use the dusksand gold to forge a handy weapon for himself. Yi Hao stored the dusksand gold in the spatial system and started counting the Demon Venerate blood martial elixirs. The total number of blood martial elixirs in the 13 spatial rings was close to 200. Yi Hao believed that if the Demon Venerates refined all these blood martial elixirs, their strength would definitely soar. They might even break through several levels consecutively. Come on, let's go into the courtyard and take a look. Although the Elder's compound had been razed to the ground, there were still some rooms left that hadn't been affected. As for Yi Hao, he wanted to see if there were any good things in those rooms. However, Yi Hao was disappointed. He led everyone and practically turned the Elder's compound upside down, but they didn't find anything. All the rooms were empty. It seemed as if, apart from the spatial rings on the hands of the Demon Venerate zombies, there was nothing else of value in the entire Elder's compound. Yi Hao had originally thought that, since this was the Elder's compound, he might be able to obtain some weapons or secret martial techniques. This had to have been the greatest power in the ancient demon realm tens of thousands of years ago. Whatever they possessed would definitely not be too shabby. However, what disappointed him was that there was nothing at all. Yi Hao realized that the zombies in the entire Array Elixir Sacred Sect only had spatial rings and blood martial elixirs. There was nothing else. As for the elder zombies, They only had a token made of dusksand gold in their hands. Now that he thought about it, it was very strange. The Array Elixir Sacred Sect was famous for its elixirs and array formations. It was fine if they didn't have any martial techniques or cultivation techniques, but why didn't they have any elixirs or array formations? Furthermore, even if they did have elixirs, why did they only have blood martial elixirs? There weren't any other types of elixirs. Furthermore, even if the Array Elixir Sacred Sect didn't have any divine weapons, they should at least have ordinary weapons. However, up until now, they hadn't seen any weapons at all. All these strange occurrences made Yi Hao extremely puzzled. Let's go. Let's continue towards the depth. Yi Hao couldn't figure it out. Since there wasn't anything valuable in the Elder's compound, he could only lead the group towards the depths of the Array Elixir Sacred Sect. Along the way, they encountered many ordinary zombies, which were dealt with by the disciples. Under the training of the zombies, the disciples' attacks were extremely fast, accurate, and ruthless. All of them would strive to crush the zombies' heads in the shortest amount of time possible. Then, the heavenly yin spirit would take action and swallow the ghost spirit fire. The heavenly yin spirit was like a bottomless pit that kept swallowing the ghost spirit fire. However, there weren't any obvious changes to the heavenly yin spirit. Along the way, they encountered 3 to 4 demon supremacy level zombies. In order not to waste time, Yi Hao paid 1 spirit coin to each of them. At this moment, the group arrived at the bottom of a stairway. When they looked up, they realized that there were countless steps in front of them. It was as if the entire stairway connected the heavens and the earth together. Zombies were standing on top of the stairs. If the group wanted to ascend to the top of the stairway, they would have to kill these zombies and break out of the encirclement. When the group saw the densely packed zombies, they instantly felt their scalps go numb. When Yi Hao saw the scene before him, he guessed that this was the main location of the Array Elixir Sacred Sect. Chapter 803. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ignorant humans. How dare you barge in here? You're destined to die here. At this moment, a zombie walked out from the first step and spoke. Go to hell. Yi Hao didn't give the zombie any face when he saw it. He took out a handful of spirit coins and threw it over. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. As for the zombies on the first step, almost all of them were killed in an instant. There was still a certain distance between the first step and the second step. However, the power of the spirit coins directly affected the second step. Countless zombies on the second step were killed in an instant. The remaining ones were also sent flying. In an instant, dozens of zombies were killed or injured. The heavenly yin spirit also pounced over excitedly. The loud sound naturally alarmed the zombies on the other steps. There was at least 1 emperor-level zombie with spiritual intelligence on almost every step. Under the orders of these zombies with spiritual intelligence, all the zombies swarmed toward Yi Hao like a tide. All of you, retreat first. There were at least a few hundred zombies swarming down. This was also the reason why the zombies on the higher steps didn't move. If they were surrounded by so many zombies, they would really be in trouble. Even immortals wouldn't be able to save them. When everyone heard Yi Hao's order, they immediately retreated. The momentum in front of them was simply too shocking. They also knew that if they rashly rushed up at this moment, they would be courting death. Moreover, they would also cause trouble for Yi Hao. Thus, the crowd began to rapidly move back. This time, Yi Hao took out more spirit coins and threw them all on the ground. Then, he also retreated. The zombies naturally chased after him and pounced toward Yi Hao and the others. However, Yi Hao suddenly stopped. When he saw that the zombies had already reached the pile of spirit coins he threw, he immediately smiled. Explode. Rumble. 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 As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, the pile of spirit coins suddenly exploded like a time bomb. As for the hundreds of zombies that had rushed over, they were all within the range of the explosion. Therefore, in an instant, the tiger-like zombies were all blown to smithereens. As for the heavenly yin spirit, it once again charged forward excitedly. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at the scene before them in shock. They knew that Yi Hao's use of spirit coins was terrifyingly powerful. However, At this moment, when they saw hundreds of ferocious zombies being instantly destroyed by spirit coins, they could not help but be shocked again. "You guys wait here and help me clean up the battlefield later." Yi Hao took out another handful of spirit coins and climbed up the stairway to heaven. When Yi Hao reached the 6th floor, he saw another large group of zombies. Without another word, Yi Hao threw down the spirit coins and ran. As Yi Hao ran, he threw a large pile of spirit coins on the ground. Because of the previous case, Yi Hao had to be on guard against zombies on the 7th floor and above chasing after him. There was an explosion and the zombies on the 6th floor were all cleaned up. As expected, Yi Hao guessed correctly. After the explosion, the zombies on the 7th to 8th floors immediately chased after him. Fortunately, although those zombies had developed spiritual intelligence, their intelligence was not too high. Also, the distance between the stairs was relatively far. Otherwise, if all the zombies on the stairway to heaven attacked him, even if he used spirit coins, he probably would not be able to blow up all of them. As for the zombies that chased after Yi Hao, there was no need to think too much about the outcome. They were all killed and injured by the spirit coins that Yi Hao left on the ground. When Yi Hao saw that the zombies were not dead, he immediately added a few spirit coins. The heavenly yin spirit was also very cooperative with Yi Hao. As soon as the ghost spirit fire appeared, the heavenly yin spirit would immediately swallow it. After Yi Hao finished dealing with the zombies, he recovered his physical strength. This was because it seemed very easy to control the explosion of these spirit coins. In fact, it consumed a lot of his mental strength, physical strength, and martial arts power. Even though Yi Hao's cultivation was comparable to the peak of the Demon Emperor at this moment, he could not bear a series of explosions at this moment. However, Yi Hao only recovered for a moment. Then he took out a handful of spirit coins and rushed up again. Yi Hao looked at the endless stairway to heaven and suddenly felt great pressure. Yi Hao roughly estimated that there were at least 8 or 9,000 steps on the stairway to heaven, if not 10,000. This was because the stairway to heaven was densely packed with zombies as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the higher they went, the darker the sky became, so they really could not see the end of the stairway to heaven. Fortunately, Yi Hao had enough spirit coins in his space ring. Otherwise, he would have to shrink back at the sight of the stairway to heaven. Everyone followed Yi Hao and kept cleaning the battlefield. They searched the ground and the zombies for the scattered space rings. At this moment, everyone was almost numb from the shock at the beginning. They could no longer think of any adjectives to describe Yi Hao. There was only one word that they could think of to describe him. Changed. Changed. It should be known that the zombies without spiritual intelligence were generally at the level of the Demon Emperor. The ones with spiritual intelligence were at the level of the Demon Master. If the crowd were to face these zombies, they would definitely feel their scalps go numb. However, Yi Hao was doing well. Every time he attacked, he could kill dozens of zombies, or even hundreds of zombies. In the eyes of the crowd, these zombies, who were supposed to be so powerful, were completely reduced to ants in the hands of Yi Hao. They did not even have the chance to attack. The killing lasted for a whole day. Yi Hao did not know how many zombies he had killed. He did not stop to rest until his physical strength was completely exhausted. In this day, Yi Hao had climbed nearly 100 steps. When night fell, the baleful yin qi in the Array Pill sacred sect, which was already dark to begin with, became even denser. To Yi Hao's surprise, the zombies, who were getting along peacefully during the day, started to kill each other. Those zombies with spiritual intelligence did not stop them. Sometimes, they even killed the zombies themselves. I was wondering why there were corpses on these steps. I see. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi Hao was suddenly enlightened. This was because Yi Hao realized that although there were many zombies standing on each step, the number of zombies was very small compared to the total number of steps. Moreover, the steps were very empty. At first, Yi Hao did not pay much attention to the corpses on the ground. Chapter 804. The zombies killing each other was a good thing for Yi Hao. It would reduce his workload. Although the zombies killed each other very fiercely, it was not so easy to defeat each other. Yi Hao watched for a long time before a zombie died. However, Before the victorious zombie could devour the ghost spirit fire of the defeated zombie, the heavenly yin spirit would beat it to it. Moreover, the heavenly yin spirit would leave immediately after snatching the ghost spirit fire. Therefore, the zombies could not do anything to the heavenly yin spirit. Yi Hao and the others gathered at the bottom of the stairway. At this moment, Yi Hao was recovering his strength. The others were not idle either. They all began to refine pills to increase their strength. On the second day, the zombies seemed to be tired after a day of killing. All the zombies stopped attacking. When Yi Hao saw that the zombies had stopped attacking each other, he knew that it was time for him to make a move. After a night of recovery, Yi Hao's physical and mental strength had also recovered to their peak state. Yi Hao immediately took a handful of spirit coins and continued to climb the stairs to attack the zombies. The situation was no different from yesterday. Yi Hao experienced another day of killing and recovered his strength. The next day, he continued to kill the zombies. After killing for 7 to 8 days, Yi Hao really did not know how many zombies he had killed. Not to mention the others who were numb. Even he himself had become a little numb after continuously killing the zombies. "Master, look, it seems to be the end." Everyone followed Yi Hao. The people who were cleaning up the battlefield suddenly shouted excitedly. Hearing this person's words, everyone immediately raised their heads excitedly and looked up. Yi Hao did the same. He raised his head and saw that less than 200 steps up, there was already a vague image of a palace. It seems that it will take another 2 days to climb all the steps of the stairway. Yi Hao looked at the remaining steps and roughly estimated in his heart. Although the zombies at the back were indeed much stronger than the zombies at the front, in the face of the power of the spirit coins, they would still die. After Yi Hao recovered his strength, he began to kill the zombies again. He could not help but look forward to killing the boss quickly. It was not because of anything else. It was because he and the others had been delayed in the Elixir Divine sect for a long time. The journey to the Tianyuan Academy was still very far. Yi Hao was afraid that if they continued to delay, they might not have enough time to get to the Tianyuan Academy. Phew! I'm finally going to kill them all. Yi Hao looked in front. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Hao looked at the spirit coins in his hand and decided to eliminate the zombies on the first 2 steps in one go. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that there weren't many zombies left. After all, they had to face so many zombies on a daily basis. Even they were feeling enormous pressure. Although they did not need to kill the zombies, they were tired just watching Yi Hao kill the zombies. "Human, what is in your hand? How did you fight your way here?" Suddenly, one of the zombies on the last 2 steps stared at Yi Hao with a look of terror on its face. "Try it yourself and you will know." After Yi Hao finished speaking, he did not wait for the zombie to react. He threw all the spirit coins in his hand. "No!" The zombie let out an unwilling roar. However, it was still destroyed by the spirit coins. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Yi Hao looked at the steps. There were no more zombies. Yi Hao looked down and could not help but sigh in his heart. One had to know that it took him almost 10 days to climb up these 1,000 steps. The number of zombies he killed was countless. At the same time, he could not help but secretly rejoice that he had discovered the great power of the spirit coins. Otherwise, if he did not have the power of the spirit coins, not to mention the danger, he estimated that it would take him more than a year to lead the group to kill his way here. However, he could use the spirit coins and kill his way here in less than 10 days. He could not help but feel a little satisfied. After climbing up the last step, Yi Hao looked at the main hall with the closed door in front of him. He could not help but feel a little nervous. This was because this was the last territory of the Formation Elixir sect. Therefore, the boss of the Formation Elixir sect should be in this main hall. However, since it was the boss, its strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, Yi Hao could not determine whether there was any danger in this main hall. After all, the door was now tightly closed. He could not see what was in the main hall at all. Moreover, he was not sure if it would be useful to use the powerful spirit coins to face the boss. If the boss in the main hall was too powerful and the spirit coins could not do anything to it, it would be a tragedy. Since we are already here, how can we not try and give up halfway? Yi Hao made up his mind. Yi Hao threw a spirit coin directly at the door of the main hall in an attempt to blow the door open. However, to Yi Hao's surprise, although the spirit coin exploded when it hit the door of the palace did not move at all. Hiss! When the crowd saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. After all, they had seen the power of the spirit coins. The spirit coins had the power to kill the demon supremacy in an instant. However, at this moment, the spirit coins could not blow up the door. This shocked the crowd and made them feel that it was a little unrealistic. One should know that this was just the door of the main hall and its defense was already so powerful. Who knew how powerful the zombies in the main hall were? It seems that we can only obediently open the door. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he went forward and began to push the door of the palace. Lord, be careful. When the crowd saw Yi Hao going forward alone to push the door of the main hall, they all shouted nervously. Creak. Yi Hao placed his hands on the door of the main hall and then pushed hard. The door of the main hall began to open slowly. Yi Hao retreated to the side and did not rush in. Instead, he looked into the depths of the main hall with vigilance. The crowd also looked straight into the main hall with vigilance. However, when they looked in from the outside, they could only see that the main hall was pitch black. Yi Hao stood outside the main hall and waited for a long time. However, there was no movement in the main hall at all. It was as if there was no one in the main hall. Should I go in or not? Looking at the open door of the main hall in front of him, Yi Hao hesitated again. Chapter 805. Yi Hao held a handful of spirit coins in his hand and stepped into the main hall. The people behind him hurriedly followed. This is. Yi Hao entered the main hall and was instantly stunned. He thought that entering the main hall would be dangerous. However, the entire main hall was empty. There was not a single person in sight. Moreover, there were books and weapons everywhere. After entering the main hall, it was not as cold and gloomy as the outside. Instead, the luminous pearls above the main hall illuminated the main hall very brightly. Something's not right. Logically speaking, shouldn't there be a boss here? Yi Hao suddenly focused and looked around vigilantly. My lord, there seems to be a coffin over there. A demon venerable suddenly pointed to a place behind the main hall that was blocked by a pile of spirit coins. Yi Hao immediately looked over and saw a pile of spirit coins there. Vaguely, he could see something that looked like a coffin. Yi Hao immediately led everyone over. Behind the spirit coins, there was not just a pile of spirit coins. Instead, the spirit coins formed a large circle. And in the middle of the circle, there was a transparent coffin. This is actually made of supreme-grade spirit stones. This is too extravagant. A demon venerable looked at the coffin in front of him and could not help but exclaim in surprise. What, supreme-grade spirit stones? Hearing the demon venerable's words, everyone came forward and carefully observed. Their faces were all filled with shock. One had to know that although spirit stones were common in the ancient demon realm, almost all of them were made of low-grade spirit coins. Even in the Tianyuan kingdom, the best spirit coins were only made of mid-grade spirit stones. Only a few people would use high-grade spirit coins. This was because the higher the quality of spirit coins, the fewer the quantity and the higher the value. Even in the entire Tianyuan kingdom, there were not many high-grade spirit coins. Even if there were, they would not take them out. As for supreme-grade spirit coins, it was needless to say. There were very few supreme-grade spirit coins in the Tianyuan kingdom. This was because according to the exchange rate of spirit coins, one supreme-grade spirit coin could be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit coins. And 100 high-grade spirit coins could be exchanged for 10,000 mid-grade spirit coins. 10,000 middle-grade spirit coins could be exchanged for 1 million low-grade spirit coins. In other words, one supreme spirit coin could be exchanged for 1 million low-grade spirit coins. Thus, the exchange rate was extremely terrifying. Moreover, supreme-grade spirit coins were very valuable. Even if there were 1 million low-grade spirit coins, no one would be willing to exchange them. Therefore, even the royal family of the Tianyuan kingdom might not be able to afford the supreme spirit coins. Even if they could, It would be a pitiful amount. Yet, there was a coffin made of a top-grade spirit stone here. One could imagine how extravagant it was. If he were to take this coffin out, it would definitely cause the entire ancient demon realm to go crazy. Countless experts would come out to snatch it. It would definitely set off a bloody storm. This was because if this coffin was cut, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit coins. What a terrifying number. Just this coffin alone was enough to buy dozens of Tianyuan kingdoms. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh. This array pill divine sect was indeed the #1 sect from tens of thousands of years ago. Just the value of a coffin was already so shocking. Yi Hao looked at the spirit coins surrounding the coffin. The worst spirit coins were middle-grade spirit coins. Most of them were high-grade spirit coins, and a small portion were supreme-grade spirit coins. Low-grade spirit coins couldn't be found here at all. The number of spirit coins here was at least a few million. With these spirit coins, Yi Hao knew that these 10 days of tiring fighting were worth it. Of course, compared to the coffin made of a supreme-grade spirit stone, these millions of spirit coins were nothing. Yi Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his sleeves and with a thought, he kept the spirit coins into the system space. These spirit coins were definitely important resources for the development of his strength in the future. My lord, there's someone in the coffin. At first, no one noticed it. The moment Yi Hao moved the spirit coins away, the coffin was revealed. Everyone looked at the spirit stone coffin in front of them and exclaimed. Yi Hao immediately looked at the coffin and saw a person lying in it. The person was dressed in a long white dress. Although he couldn't see her face, Yi Hao was stunned when he saw her delicate side profile. This was because Yi Hao believed that he had seen countless women. But the woman in the coffin, just from the side of her face, he could tell that she had an otherworldly charm. She had a fresh and refined beauty. It was as if a fairy had fallen asleep, lying quietly in the spirit stone coffin. However, Yi Hao quickly recovered and frowned. He immediately looked at the crowd and found that they were all infatuated. They were all in a daze and some of them were even drooling. Oh no, there's something strange about this woman, Yi Hao thought to himself when he saw the crowd's reaction. This was because the outside of the array pill divine sect was full of danger. It was impossible for ordinary people to kill their way in. It should be said that the final hall should be the most dangerous place. However, other than the treasures, there was no dangerous aura at all. Furthermore, there was such a precious top-grade spirit stone coffin in the hall. However, the person lying in the coffin was a beauty. This was strange in itself. Judging from the crowd's reaction, they were obviously bewitched by the woman in the coffin. The array pill divine sect had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. This meant that the woman in the coffin and the coffin had existed for tens of thousands of years. This meant that the woman in the coffin had also been dead for tens of thousands of years. A group of demon supremacies and demon emperors were actually bewitched by a dead woman. It seemed unrealistic. However, this was something that had truly happened. That was because just now, Yi Hao had a feeling that the beauty in the coffin belonged to him, a feeling that he was willing to go through fire and water for the sake of this beauty. This feeling was not something that Yi Hao had. It was a feeling that was inexplicably born from his consciousness. But fortunately, he suddenly realized it. This was because the women he had seen were all 1 in a billion. However, none of them made him feel this way. Although the beauty in the coffin was very beautiful, she was at most on par with his woman. They each had their own style. However, he had only taken a few glances at her and he felt that way. This was obviously strange. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and immediately gathered his strength. He shouted, "Wake up!" Yi Hao's voice echoed in the hall. Chapter 806. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on the coffin. Yi Hao looked at the coffin with a serious expression. However, Yi Hao did not dare to look at the beauty in the coffin. I wonder if I can keep the coffin in the system space. Yi Hao suddenly thought of this and immediately kept the coffin in the system space. Oh, it's really possible. Yi Hao did not expect that he would really be able to keep the coffin in the system space. It looks like that person is really dead. Yi Hao knew that the system space could not allow anyone to live. However, what Yi Hao did not know was that in the system space, the beauty in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes and then closed them again. If Yi Hao saw this, his jaw would have dropped. Unfortunately, he did not see it. The moment the coffin appeared, in a corner of the system space, a green egg moved for no reason and then rolled to the side of the coffin. If one looked closely, one could see that there was a trace of spiritual energy on the coffin that was flowing into the green egg. After Yi Hao put away the coffin, the crowd that was still in a daze suddenly woke up one by one. Moreover, all of them were sweating profusely and panting heavily. What happened just now? Why did I feel like I could not control myself? Just now, I felt as if I was completely imprisoned in my own body. This feeling is simply too unbearable. Why did it turn out like this? Everyone woke up and said with a face full of fear. Why did the coffin disappear? Everyone then realized that the coffin in front of them had disappeared. I have kept the coffin. The reason why you were acting strangely just now was because of the person inside the coffin. Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had recovered. Then, he explained. My lord, look, there's a hole here. Everyone understood after hearing Yi Hao's explanation. Suddenly, someone saw that there was a fist-sized hole where the coffin used to be. Yi Hao and the others immediately gathered around. Strange, why does it look so similar? It's the core of an array. Although Yi Hao's attainments in array formations were still at the level of the 10,000 countries continent. However, he was still able to see the general structure of the formation. He couldn't understand why a coffin was placed at the heart of the formation. It could be said that the coffin was made of spirit stones, which served as the energy source for the formation. However, a coffin made of top-grade spirit stones was too extravagant. Most importantly, there was someone inside the coffin. Furthermore, the person in the coffin was clearly no ordinary person. Otherwise, the demon sovereigns and their disciples would not have suddenly become like that. Yi Hao looked around and then said to everyone in a deep voice, all of you, back off. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they immediately retreated and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Seeing that the crowd had retreated, he had a serious expression on his face. A few spirit stones suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, Yi Hao threw a punch at the hole. The size of the hole was exactly the size of a fist. Yi Hao had used all his strength, but the ground was not damaged at all. Only a cracking sound was heard. Yi Hao also felt that his hand seemed to have hit some kind of mechanism. Yi Hao immediately retreated. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of the mechanism rubbing against each other. Then, the ground shook. Everyone immediately retreated to the side and looked at the ground warily. A hole that was 4 to 5 people wide appeared in the ground where Yi Hao had hit. Ha ha ha, did my people wake me up? Suddenly, a strange, bone-chilling laughter came from the hole. Hearing that voice, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. This cultivation is at least at the Demon Emperor level. Yi Hao had a serious expression on his face. Since you like to hide underground, then don't ever come out. Yi Hao made up his mind. He immediately walked to the side of the hole and threw down a handful of spirit coins. However, Yi Hao also knew that if the zombie below was really at the Demon Emperor level, it would be impossible to kill it so easily. Therefore, Yi Hao threw the spirit coins 5 or 6 times in a row. Rumble. 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 In the hole, the sound of explosions came one after another. Everyone felt that it was deafening and covered their ears one by one. Moreover, because of the explosion of the spirit coins, the ground was trembling non-stop. This also made one sigh at the hardness of the ground. It was indeed very strong. If this was an ordinary ground, it would have collapsed long ago. I wonder if it's dead or not. After throwing the spirit coins 6 times in a row, Yi Hao stopped. Because if it was a Demon Emperor level zombie, he only needed to bomb it once and it would be enough. It was because Yi Hao felt that the zombie below was definitely not ordinary that he bombed it 6 times. You are not from the Array Pill Divine sect. Who are you? Why are you here? Suddenly, a miserable and horrifying cry came from the hole. However, the voice was filled with disbelief. Hearing this voice, Yi Hao could not help but frown. He did not expect that the zombie in the hole would be so strong. He had exploded 6 times but he was still alive. Everyone's faces were also filled with shock. They all knew the power of the spirit coins. It was hard for them to think of any existence that could survive the attack of the spirit coins. The zombie below is at least at the demon emperor level. The demon emperors immediately confirmed in their hearts. At the same time, a worried expression appeared on their faces. Yi Hao had long guessed that the existence below would be at the demon emperor level. If Yi Hao guessed correctly, the person below was probably the boss that he killed. Even the zombies outside could reach the level of demon supremacy. How could the boss inside this cave be weak? Thinking of this, Yi Hao immediately took out the spirit coins and threw them into the hole again. Rumble. Who the hell are you? I'm going to kill you. The spirit coins exploded and the angry roar came from the hole again. Let's see how long you can hold on. Hearing the angry roar coming from the hole, Yi Hao took out another handful of spirit coins and threw them down. Rumble. Despicable ant, if you have the ability, fight with me. The angry roar came from the hole again. You are a demon emperor. Unless my brain is damaged, I will fight with you. Yi Hao ignored it and continued to throw spirit coins. After all, that was a demon emperor level expert. If he wanted to kill everyone present, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, he felt that he could not let the people in the hole out. Chapter 807. Rumble. Master, be careful. Yi Hao once again threw spirit coins into the hole. This time, after the spirit coins exploded, the ground suddenly caved in. When everyone saw this, they immediately cried out. Crap! Yi Hao immediately retreated. He had never imagined that the ground would collapse at this time. Bang! Crash! Just as Yi Hao retreated, a figure jumped out from the hole in the ground. The stones that were sent flying fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire hall instantly became quiet. It was so quiet that it was a bit scary. A middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe with dragons and phoenixes embroidered on it had appeared. It should have been a mighty and domineering robe, but now it was in tatters. The robe was covered in dust. As for the middle-aged man, his skin was shriveled and ashen. His hair was disheveled and he looked even more horrifying. Who did this? I, the sect master, am going to tear him to pieces. The middle-aged zombie roared furiously as he stroked his messy hair. The middle-aged zombie's body emitted ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, his aura was oppressive. Damn it, how did you get in here? Who ruined my grand plan? Roared the middle-aged zombie. That was because he sensed that all the zombies in the Formation Pill Divine sect had died. I'll tear you to pieces and refine you into my slave. You'll never be able to reincarnate. The middle-aged zombie's fury could be felt from his tone. After roaring, the middle-aged zombie directly attacked everyone. Run. When Yi Hao saw the middle-aged zombie charging over, he knew that even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the middle-aged zombie. If they stayed behind to fight the middle-aged zombie, they would truly be throwing their lives away. After Yi Hao threw out several spirit coins, he immediately fled out of the hall. When everyone heard Yi Hao's order, they all began to flee. So it's you. The middle-aged zombie was completely unaffected by the spirit coins explosion. Looking at Yi Hao's back, his eyes were filled with killing intent. When he was in the underground cave, Yi Hao kept bombarding him with spirit coins, which made him furious. It completely ignited the anger in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to kill Yi Hao at all costs. Therefore, the middle-aged zombie did not avoid the spirit coins and chased after Yi Hao. Damn it! Yi Hao saw that the spirit coins couldn't do any damage to the middle-aged zombie. Kid, you can't escape. The middle-aged zombie chased Yi Hao out of the hall. As for the middle-aged zombie, the more he looked, the angrier he became. That was because the corpses of the zombies that littered the ground were his blood, sweat, and tears. They were all closely related to his plan. But now, Yi Hao, this reckless brat, had ruined everything. What should we do? Yi Hao was also extremely anxious. Yi Hao thought anxiously as he felt the middle-aged zombie getting closer and closer to him. After all, The demon emperor was not easy to deal with. And the demon emperor that had turned into a zombie had several times stronger defense. Damn it, I can only fight. Yi Hao suddenly took out some spirit coins again. However, these spirit coins were supreme-grade spirit coins. I reckon that their power should be stronger than low-grade spirit coins. Thinking of this, Yi Hao was about to use them. Yi Hao felt the pinch. After all, every supreme-grade spirit coin was equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade spirit coins. However, at this critical moment, nothing was more precious than one's own life. However, before he could use the spirit coins, the heavenly yin spirit beside him suddenly moved and shot directly at the middle-aged zombie. The heavenly yin spirit was originally a black shadow. At this moment, it emitted some black fog that wrapped around the middle-aged zombie. To Yi Hao's surprise, the middle-aged zombie actually let out a scream. Ah, how is this possible? How can such a thing exist and be so powerful? Could it be that the heavenly yin spirit can restrain the zombie? Hearing the middle-aged zombie scream, Yi Hao couldn't help but analyze. After all, the heavenly yin spirit was also a yin evil being. It should belong to the same origin as the zombie. Therefore, Yi Hao wasn't surprised that the heavenly yin spirit could restrain the zombie. However, he was surprised that the heavenly yin spirit had suddenly become so powerful. After all, the heavenly yin spirit had fallen into a deep sleep in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Moreover, it had just woken up not long ago. It seems that it should be related to the ghost spirit fire. Yi Hao suddenly thought of it. Every zombie's ghost spirit fire had been swallowed by the heavenly yin spirit. At first, he couldn't see any changes in the heavenly yin spirit and Yi Hao didn't care about it. After all, the ghost spirit fire was useless to him. Even if the heavenly yin spirit didn't swallow it, he would destroy the ghost spirit fire. But now, it seemed that the heavenly yin spirit could actually fight against the demon emperor level zombie. That meant that the heavenly yin spirit swallowing the ghost spirit fire was to increase its strength. What the hell is this thing? Why do I feel that it's so powerful? It's unbelievable. It can actually deal with the demon emperor level zombie. Where did the Lord get it from? Everyone saw that the middle-aged zombie was entangled by the heavenly yin spirit and none of them were running away. Everyone gathered around Yi Hao and began to discuss. Yi Hao looked at the heavenly yin spirit's attack. Although he couldn't see any changes from the middle-aged zombie's state and roar, it could be seen that the middle-aged zombie had been at a disadvantage. Kid, I won't fight with you anymore. I'll let you go. Perhaps the middle-aged zombie also knew that he wasn't a match for the heavenly yin spirit and suddenly shouted. Yi Hao ignored the middle-aged zombie. What a joke. My mission is to kill you in order to summon the demon emperor. Moreover, I'm the one who needs to win now, not you. In the beginning, you wanted to kill me because of your strength. Now that you're at a disadvantage, you want to give up. How can there be such a good thing? Moreover, Yi Hao felt that the entire Array Pill Divine sect was very strange. Moreover, the middle-aged man was a zombie. Zombies were evil creatures that loved to kill. In order to grow, they would specifically kill living things, regardless of good or evil. It could be said that wherever a zombie appeared, it would be a place of misery and suffering. Moreover, those who were killed by zombies might turn into zombies. Therefore, zombies couldn't be left alive. Moreover, the one in front of him was a powerful and intelligent zombie. It couldn't be left alive. Lord, please kill him. That's right. Otherwise, with his growth speed, he will seek revenge on us sooner or later. A zombie of this level will only be a disaster if we leave him alive. Lord, you can't listen to him. You can't leave him alive. Everyone around Yi Hao said anxiously. Chapter 808. At this moment, the zombie felt that he was going to die of frustration. Originally, waking up was a great thing for him. However, he was bombarded by Yi Hao's spirit coins. When he finally rushed out, he realized that his plan had been ruined. This naturally aroused boundless fury in his heart. However, just as he was about to kill Yi Hao, who would have thought that a heavenly yin spirit would appear? After seeing the heavenly yin spirit, he finally knew why his perfect plan had failed. Although his plan had failed, he had already died once. He didn't want to die again. However, he did not even have the chance to escape. Lad, why don't I tell you all the secrets of the Aradan sacred sect? At this moment, he could only try to use Yi Hao's curiosity to make Yi Hao let him go. However, Yi Hao still ignored him. Yi Hao was also very curious about this secret. At the same time, it was related to his mission. After all, the mission given to him by the system was to kill the boss and find out the secrets of the Aradan sacred sect. However, Yi Hao did not think that the middle-aged zombie would be so honest. Therefore, he decided to beat him up and torture him slowly. When the middle-aged zombie saw that Yi Hao was still not moving, he immediately became anxious. Lad, if you really can't do it, I will pledge my loyalty to you and serve you as my master. Is that okay? The middle-aged zombie shouted anxiously. At this moment, he was going all out in order to survive. After all, he had waited for tens of thousands of years. Although he had become a zombie now, he still had his own thoughts. If he was killed again, his soul would really scatter. Ding dong, the mission to kill the boss has changed. Recruiting a boss. Mission completed. You will get a chance to summon a demon emperor. What? The mission has changed. When Yi Hao heard the system's notification, he was very surprised. That was because he had the system for so long. However, there had never been a time when the mission issued by the system changed. However, this changed mission was much more beneficial to him than before. If he took the zombie as his subordinate, he could control it and not let it kill and plunder. At the same time, he would have a demon emperor as his subordinate. However, zombies didn't have to swear an oath, so Yi Hao looked at them warily. Since you want to serve me as your master, how can I trust you? Zombie heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Yi Hao's words. He was really afraid that Yi Hao would kill him without hesitation. Now that he had a chance to save his life, he was really afraid that Yi Hao would go back on his word, so he hurriedly said, I can give you a portion of my ghost spirit fire. You can leave a spiritual imprint on my ghost spirit fire, and you can control my life and death in the future. There's actually such a thing. Yi Hao didn't know what zombie was talking about. Therefore, when he heard what the zombie said, he couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise. However, Yi Hao didn't know how to leave a spiritual imprint on the ghost spirit fire. I can tell you that. The zombie seemed to have seen through Yi Hao's problem and immediately said, Then release your ghost spirit fire, Yi Hao said to the zombie after he finished listening to the method of imprinting his spirit. All right. Hearing Yi Hao's words, a ball of flame suddenly flew out from zombie's head and landed in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao immediately used the method that zombie had mentioned and separated a trace of his spiritual energy to enter zombie's ghost spirit fire. Ah! Zombie's ghost spirit fire let out a painful scream. The entire ghost spirit fire trembled, then returned to normal and flew back into zombie's body. Yi Hao immediately ordered the heavenly yin spirit to release zombie. This was because after imprinting his spiritual energy on zombie's ghost spirit fire, he realized that he could easily kill zombie with just a thought. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have obtained a chance to summon the demon emperor. Naizhang greets master. After zombie was released, he suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed. Naizhang's name is domineering. Hearing Naizhang's name, Yi Hao couldn't help but nod his head. Who are you? Yi Hao turned to Naizhang and inquired. I am the sect master of the Aradan divine sect. Naizhang's eyes were filled with deep sorrow and reminiscence. SSS. Hearing Naizhang's words, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After all, the Aradan divine sect was the #1 sect in the world tens of thousands of years ago. How could they not be shocked when the person before them was actually the sect master of the Aradan divine sect? What shocked them even more was that the sect master of the Aradan divine sect was actually serving Yi Hao as his master. Although Naizhang was currently a zombie, his valiant strength was enough to kill everyone present. Even in the Tianyuan kingdom, he would be a top-notch existence. As far as I know, the Aradan divine sect was the #1 sect tens of thousands of years ago. How did it suddenly become like this? Yi Hao continued to ask. Regarding this matter, we still have to mention the Jade Dragon sect. Nai Zheng said resentfully when he heard Yi Hao's question. It turned out that the Jade Dragon sect was originally a subordinate force of the Array Dan Divine sect. However, the Jade Dragon sect harbored evil intentions and had been secretly accumulating strength, ready to attack the Array Dan Divine sect at any time. Although the Jade Dragon sect had concealed themselves very well, the Array Dan Divine sect had still discovered some clues. However, by the time the Array Dan Divine sect had investigated thoroughly, it was already too late. Therefore, in order not to harm the innocent, the Array Dan Divine sect had directly dismissed all of their disciples. In the end, only a few elite disciples and disciples who were loyal and devoted to the Array Dan Divine sect and were unwilling to leave were left. The Jade Dragon sect was vicious by nature and was determined to destroy the Array Dan Divine sect completely. They wanted to exterminate them. After all, the Array Dan Divine sect was the #1 sect in the world. Even the Jade Dragon sect didn't dare to leave any survivors in the Array Dan Divine sect. After all, if one didn't remove the roots when cutting weeds, they would grow again when the spring breeze came. Moreover, the Array Dan Divine sect was the #1 sect. As for Nai Zheng, he naturally couldn't bear to see his Array Dan Divine sect be destroyed by the ambitious Jade Dragon sect just like that. Therefore, Nai Zheng and the other powerhouses of the Array Dan Divine sect had joined hands and used a secret technique to move the entire Array Dan Divine sect here. At the same time, they had also set up a formation for the Array Dan Divine sect. That was why the sudden disappearance of the Array Dan Divine sect had shaken the world. At that time, the Array Dan Divine sect had moved in a very secretive manner in order to avoid the Jade Dragon sect's attack. If even the Jade Dragon sect hadn't received any news about it, the other factions wouldn't have received any news either. After that, the various major factions had sent people to search for the Array Dan Divine sect. However, no one had found any clues about the Array Dan Divine sect. If it hadn't been for Yi Hao, who had come here by accident, perhaps no one would have known that the Array Dan Divine sect was hidden in the magical beast forest. Chapter 809. At that time, Nai Zheng decided to cut off all means of retreat. The Array Pill Sacred Sect was the #1 sect in the ancient demon domain at that time. Naturally, they had obtained countless secret techniques. Among them, there was a secret technique that could turn people into zombies after death. The only flaw of this secret technique was that it required time. The process of becoming a zombie was very slow. After becoming a zombie, it was even more difficult to develop intelligence. Furthermore, zombies without intelligence would kill each other based on their instincts. This was also the reason why Yi Hao saw so many bones on the ground and zombies attacking each other when he entered the Array Pill Sacred Sect. Ordinary zombies would instinctively attack each other to fight for the ghost spirit fire. At that time, Nai Zheng couldn't care less. He only wanted revenge. Therefore, he gathered the entire sect and began to use the secret technique. Nai Zheng made use of all kinds of array formations to turn the Array Pill Sacred Sect into a land of extreme negative energy suitable for the growth and cultivation of zombies. At the same time, he set up a powerful illusion array outside the Array Pill Sacred Sect. Experts wouldn't appear in such a place. Even if they appeared in such a place, they wouldn't be able to see through the array formation. However, no matter how powerful the array formation was, it couldn't stop the changes of history. As time passed, tens of thousands of years had passed. The array formation was no longer as powerful as it used to be. This was also why Demon Venerate Skyblood was able to barge in and leave behind a map that allowed Yi Hao to find this place. Nai Zheng's original plan was to wait until he recovered his peak strength and lead the people of the Array Pill Sacred Sect to rule the world again. However, his wish was beautiful. Who knew that Yi Hao would appear out of nowhere? Before he could recover his strength, all his subordinates had been wiped out. He had also become Yi Hao's servant. Actually, according to his secret technique and array formation, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to subdue him so easily. This was because he had set up a ghost spirit fire array in the hall. If the zombies were killed and the ghost spirit fire wasn't devoured, it would gather in his body through the ghost spirit fire array and become his power. Logically speaking, the power of the ghost spirit fire should be very strong since so many disciples of the Array Pill Sacred Sect had turned into zombies. Even if all of the zombies were killed, their power would still enter his body through the ghost-condensing spirit flame formation. At that time, even if he was all alone, his strength would still be incomparable to his current strength. He would definitely be as powerful as this. It could be said that his plan was perfect. However, he neglected the fact that Yi Hao possessed the heavenly yin spirit. The heavenly yin spirit was also able to absorb the ghost spirit fire, and all of the ghost spirit fire was devoured by the heavenly yin spirit. Naturally, Nai Zheng was unable to obtain any power. Of course, at that time, although Nai Zheng didn't think too much about it, in order to be safe, he still held back. That was the mysterious woman in the coffin. Nai Zheng actually knew the identity of that mysterious woman. Nai Zheng had obtained the coffin and the mysterious woman by chance. Back then, Nai Zheng hadn't paid much attention to them. But once, because Nai Zheng accidentally looked at the woman's face, he actually went into a daze. In the end, he was awakened by someone. When he asked about the time, he found out that half a month had passed. One had to know that at that time, his cultivation was not just a mere demon emperor level. Because he looked at a woman, and a dead woman at that, he actually lost consciousness for half a month. At that time, he knew that this woman was definitely not ordinary. Later, in order to experiment, he found many people and magical beasts, but without exception, they were all unable to resist the powerful and mysterious power of the woman. They all fell into a daze. Therefore, in the end, for his own safety, Nai Zheng placed the woman's coffin above him. Only by passing through the woman could they find him. And in Nai Zheng's opinion, no one could resist the mysterious power of the woman's body. Therefore, even if he didn't become a zombie at that time, he would still be incomparably safe if someone barged into the hall. Indeed, it was as he had imagined. After everyone saw the woman, they all fell into a daze. Even Yi Hao was the same. But for some reason, Yi Hao suddenly woke up in the end. This was also something that Nai Zheng had never expected. It could also be said that the heavens were toying with him. Nai Zheng's plan could be said to be flawless. But in the end, in front of Yi Hao, it was still cracked one by one. After hearing Nai Zheng's words, Yi Hao sighed. At the same time, he looked at Nai Zheng, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, Nai Zheng wasn't a bad person. He spent tens of thousands of years just to take revenge. Who knew that it would be ruined because of him? Yi Hao looked at Nai Zheng with a lonely expression and comforted him. It's already been tens of thousands of years. Perhaps the Jade Dragon sect has already perished. No, the Jade Dragon sect has that thing. It's impossible for it to perish, Nai Zheng said firmly. That thing? What thing? Yi Hao looked at Nai Zheng in confusion. One had to know that tens of thousands of years had passed. If the Jade Dragon sect could persist for tens of thousands of years because of one thing, that meant that that thing was definitely a heaven-defying existence. Master, forgive me for not telling you now, because if you know now, it will only be bad for you and not good for you. Nai Zheng glanced at Yi Hao's cultivation and said immediately. Yi Hao looked at Nai Zheng's resolute expression and didn't want to continue asking, so he could only nod. Then let's pack up and leave this place, Yi Hao said to Nai Zheng and walked back into the main hall. His purpose of returning to the main hall was naturally for the cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Seeing these cultivation techniques and secret manuals, Nai Zheng sighed. The resources here are only 1,000th of the resources of the Array Elixir sect when it was at its peak. The rest has all been plundered by the Jade Dragon sect. SSS. Hearing Nai Zheng's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp again. There were countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the main hall, dazzling everyone. However, this was only 1,000th of the resources of the Array Elixir sect. It could be seen how powerful the Array Elixir sect had been in the past. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will help you take it back. Yi Hao patted Nai Zheng's shoulder when he saw the desolate look on Nai Zheng's face. Nai Zheng looked at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao didn't seem to be lying to him at all. He didn't know why he trusted Yi Hao from the bottom of his heart. Nai Zheng nodded deeply. Oh, right. Do you know about the Earth Malevolent Black Qi? Yi Hao suddenly recalled that the Array Elixir sect had been the #1 sect in the past. Chapter 8:10. Earth Terminus Black Gas. When Nai Zheng heard Yi Hao's question, he frowned and thought for a while. But after a while, he shook his head. Master, I've never heard of this before, Nai Zheng said apologetically. Yi Hao did not expect that Nai Zheng, with his status, would not know about the Earth Terminus Black Gas. Master, after all, tens of thousands of years have passed. Something new must have been born. Perhaps the Earth Terminus Black Gas did not have this name in the past, Nai Zheng explained. When Yi Hao heard Nai Zheng's explanation, he felt relieved. Following which, Yi Hao led everyone out of the palace. As for Nai Zheng, he reluctantly took one last look at the palace. It was as if the glory of the past was right in front of him. But now, it had turned into smoke. Everything had vanished. Let's go, Yi Hao said to Nai Zheng and turned to leave. Nai Zheng quickly chased after him. Soon, everyone arrived at the exit of the array. Master, there seems to be someone outside. Just as Yi Hao was about to step out of the array, Nai Zheng suddenly said. Someone? Yi Hao couldn't help but frown. That's right. This array was set up by me. So, I can see outside. At this moment, there are at least 1,000 people outside. Nai Zheng nodded and said. That's strange. Yi Hao frowned and said to Nai Zheng, can I have a look too? Sure. As soon as Nai Zheng's words fell, he walked to the side and fiddled for a moment. Suddenly, the scene in front of everyone changed. A transparent screen appeared in front of them and they could see the outside world. Of course, it was actually a place. It was just that there was an array here. Because of the array, the people inside the array could not see the outside world. The people outside could not see the inside of the array. Yi Hao looked outside. There were almost 1,000 people gathered outside. They seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be that someone has discovered the array elixir sect? Yi Hao looked at the scene and asked suspiciously. Because of the posture of the 1,000 people outside, it was obvious that they were waiting for them to go out and catch them all in one fell swoop. However, when Yi Hao thought about it carefully, he did not realize that there was someone following him when he entered the Array Pill Immortal sect. Master, leave this bunch of trash to me, Nai Zheng said to Yi Hao. Alright, let's go out. Yi Hao didn't stop Nai Zheng's request and directly agreed. Yi Hao believed that Nai Zheng must be filled with anger right now. It was time for Nai Zheng to vent his anger. Since these people outside had bumped into the muzzle of his gun, then they couldn't blame him. Then, Yi Hao stepped out of the formation. As for Nai Zheng, the demon exalts, and the others, they immediately followed. Big brother, he's out. He's out. He Yang's underling suddenly shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not disappoint the faithful. I've been waiting for so long. He Yang laughed when he saw Yi Hao and the others. Brothers, surround them, He Yang shouted. His 1,000 underlings immediately surrounded Yi Hao and the others. The few of you made me wait for so many days. What benefits did you get? Shouldn't you compensate me? He Yang walked up to Yi Hao with a weapon in his hand. His threat was self-evident. Do it. Yi Hao could not be bothered with He Yang and said softly. What are you, cough? When He Yang heard Yi Hao's words, he was about to get angry. However, a hand grabbed his neck. He Yang looked at the shriveled Nai Zheng and felt the cold sensation coming from Nai Zheng's hand. He instantly felt a chill in his heart. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of cultivation is this? Why is he so strong? He Yang struggled in his heart. However, he could not say a word because his neck was being grabbed. Oh my God, what did I just see? Boss has been caught and he can't even fight back. At this moment, He Yang's underlings were shocked when they saw He Yang being grabbed by Nai Zheng like a little chick. Hurry up and save boss. Suddenly, one of the underlings looked at Nai Zheng's back. Bang! A crisp sound of collision was heard. The weapon in the underling's hand did not hurt Nai Zheng at all. How is this possible? When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but gulp. Many of them even took half a step back in fear. Die. Nai Zheng carried He Yang and turned to look at the underling. The underling's face was filled with struggle. Then, his eyes widened and he fell to the ground. When everyone saw this scene, the fear in their hearts grew even stronger. This was because they did not see how Naizhang attacked. In the end, the underling died. At this moment, Naizhang was like the Grim Reaper to everyone. He Yang was still struggling. However, when he saw his underling die, his face turned ashen and he stopped struggling. At this moment, He Yang's body was covered in cold sweat. He had never felt that death was so close to him. At this moment, He Yang was filled with regret. If he had known, he would not have coveted the treasure. If he had not coveted the treasure and wanted to rob Yi Hao, he would not have ended up in this state. Now, he could not even beg for mercy. This meant that his life was in Naizheng's hands. He could only resign himself to fate after a few more breaths of time. Run! At this moment, someone among the 1,000 underlings shouted and they immediately scattered in all directions. After all, in their eyes, Naizheng was too strong. They could not summon up the courage to fight Naizheng. Now that they had a chance to escape, they naturally had to grab it. Trying to run? Looking at the fleeing crowd, Naizheng snorted coldly. Then, he began to release corpse poison. The corpse poison on Naizheng's body quickly spread in all directions. The corpse poison on Naizheng's body was much stronger than that of the demon supremacy zombies. At the same time, the range of its release was also very large. In the blink of an eye, the corpse poison had surrounded everyone. Ah, what is this? No. I feel like I'm going to die. Spare me, please spare me. Suddenly, everyone screamed and begged for mercy. So strong. Yi Hao and the rest could not help but exclaim when they saw Naizheng's mighty power. After a while, everyone stopped breathing. However, the strange thing was that they did not collapse. Instead, they stood there straight. You turned them all into zombies? Yi Hao asked when he saw this scene. Yes, Master. I can create an army of zombies for Master that can look down on everything, Naizheng said somewhat weakly at this moment. Chapter 8:11. What are the strength of these zombies? Yi Hao asked as he looked at the zombies. They are at the peak of the Demon King realm now. However, they will reach the initial Demon Emperor realm in a few days. Naizheng said, of course, there is another way for them to reach the Demon Sovereign realm quickly. What is it? Yi Hao was curious when he heard Naizheng's words. Master, please take a look, Naizheng said with a strange smile. Then, the zombies started killing each other. When Yi Hao saw this, he instantly understood what Naizheng was trying to do. Naizheng wanted to rely on his zombies to constantly devour the ghost spirit flame and make them stronger. After all, every night in the Pill Formation Divine Sect, they would have to watch the zombies kill each other. Those zombies were at the Demon Emperor realm. They were much more spectacular than the zombies in front of them. However, He Yang, who was in Naizheng's hands, was considered a killer. Compared to the zombies in front of them, he was nothing. Soon, He Yang started vomiting. I think you are not bad. Why don't you become my general and serve the people with me? Naizheng said to He Yang. What? No. I don't want to. He Yang struggled in panic when he heard Naizheng's words. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not avoid the strong corpse poison entering his body and devouring his vitality. In the blink of an eye, He Yang's vitality disappeared. After a while, He Yang suddenly said, Greetings, Master. If one looked carefully, they would see that He Yang did not have any vitality left. Call me General Nai in the future. Master is here, Naizheng said to He Yang. He Yang immediately looked at Yi Hao and said, Master. Yi Hao looked at He Yang's aura and realized that He Yang's strength was still at the Demon Sovereign realm. He was shocked. At this moment, there were only about 60 zombies left. These zombies were all at the level of Devil Emperors. Master, can you give me a few blood martial elixirs? Naizheng asked Yi Hao. Blood martial elixirs? Didn't they say that zombies can't consume pills? Hearing Naizheng's words, Yi Hao asked in confusion. That's right. Zombies can't take normal pills. Naizheng nodded. But after my experiments, I was able to create the blood martial pill. The blood martial pill is concocted from the blood essence of magical beasts. It is very useful for both humans and zombies. The effect of the blood marshal pill on zombies is more than 10 times that of humans, Nai Zheng proudly said. I see. Yi Hao finally understood why no one from the Array Elixir Sacred Sect possessed anything but the blood marshal elixir. It seemed that Nai Zheng was really meticulous. He had even thought about the growth of the zombies. Most importantly, Nai Zheng possessed a formidable talent in alchemy. He was actually able to develop a pill that could be fed to zombies. It had to be known that in the history of the ancient demon domain, up until now, there had never been any pills for zombies to consume. Yi Hao immediately took out some blood marshal pills and handed them to Nai Zheng. Nai Zheng immediately distributed the blood marshal pills to the zombies. As for the zombies, they didn't have any intelligence. They were all in a daze. But when they saw the blood marshal pills, it was as if they had seen the ghost spirit fire. Their eyes lit up and they immediately swallowed the pills. Raw. Then, the zombies let out excited cries. Their cultivation increased greatly. They are so powerful. Yi Hao saw the zombies' cultivation increase and knew what Nai Zheng was talking about. The blood marshal pills that the zombies consumed were more than 10 times that of humans. It was not an exaggeration. In the end, Nai Zheng asked for some more pills from Yi Hao. The zombies' cultivation had all reached the peak of the Nephilim Emperor realm. Everyone inwardly clicked their tongues. If Nai Zheng really did it and created such a powerful zombie army for Yi Hao, it definitely wouldn't be a joke. But when they thought about it, they could not help but feel terrified. If Yi Hao did not discover the Array Pill Sacred Sect. When Nai Zheng woke up and led the Array Pill Sacred Sect's zombie army, no one in the world would be able to stop him. After all, the Array Pill Sacred Sect's zombies were many in number and they were very powerful. Plus, the zombies had the ability to turn people into zombies after killing them. They could also use the blood marshal pills to increase the zombies' cultivation quickly. If that was the case, perhaps Nai Zheng's revenge could really be achieved. At that time, the entire ancient demon domain would probably fall into his hands. Everyone could not help secretly rejoicing that Nai Zheng already became Yi Hao's subordinate. Otherwise, it would be simply terrifying. Then, Nai Zheng asked Yi Hao for some Nephilim Emperor-level blood marshal pills. After the zombies took the pills, their cultivation increased again. After taking the blood marshal pills 3 to 4 times, all the zombies' cultivation had reached the Nephilim Emperor realm. At this moment, everyone could only describe Nai Zheng as a freak. There were 50 to 60 Nephilim Emperors and they were all cultivated in a short period of time. With so many Nephilim Emperors, they could definitely sweep through the rain domain. However, Nai Zheng could only increase the strength of the zombies to the Nephilim Emperor level quickly. If they wanted to increase the cultivation of the zombies quickly, they could only kill each other and devour the ghost spirit fire. However, Yi Hao would not allow Nai Zheng to do that. After all, Yi Hao only killed people who deserved to be killed. If he also killed the innocent, then he would be no different from a demon. His goal was to unify the ancient demon sector, not to turn it into a living hell. After all, even if he did unify the ancient demon sector, it would be meaningless if the rest were zombies. However, he still had many enemies. Therefore, the zombies would not lack targets to kill. However, he had to be careful when using the zombies. After all, if people knew that he had zombies under his command, he would become the public enemy in an instant. At that time, some experts would come to deal with him. Therefore, no matter how powerful Nai Zheng was, he had to be careful when using the zombies. The zombies were like a double-edged sword. If he used them well, everything would be good. If he did not use them well, it would bring him a lot of trouble. Just like the people around him, they kept a certain distance from Nai Zheng. If it wasn't for the fact that Nai Zheng was their subordinate, these people would probably fight to the death with Nai Zheng. In the eyes of humans, zombies were evil creatures that loved to kill. Chapter 8:12. Every time the zombies appeared, there would be a massacre of humans. This was because the zombies killed indiscriminately. In their eyes, as long as there was a living creature, they would kill it. They would not let go of the elderly or the children. Therefore, the zombies had become the public enemy of the entire human race. However, Yi Hao was not afraid of this because he had Nai Zheng under his control. If Nai Zheng did not do anything outrageous, the zombie army would not do it either. Nai Zheng, these elixirs are for you. Take these zombies and hunt for demonic beasts. Yi Hao took out a large amount of blood martial elixirs and handed them to Nai Zheng. It was not that he did not want to take Nai Zheng with him. Moreover, Nai Zheng would be safer. However, he was going to Qianyuan Academy, which was full of experts. He was worried that someone would recognize the identities of Nai Zheng and the other zombies. After all, there was no sign of life on Nai Zheng. It was very easy for others to be suspicious about this. By the way, try not to kill humans. If they provoke you, it's another matter. Yi Hao did not forget to remind Nai Zheng. Yes, Master. Nai Zheng suddenly took out a jade slip and said, "This is a teleportation talisman. Once I use it, I will immediately arrive at Master's side." Okay. Yi Hao took the teleportation talisman and could not help but feel surprised. However, this teleportation talisman was equivalent to giving him an extra life-saving talisman. After all, he could summon Nai Zheng at any time. Yi Hao bid farewell to Nai Zheng and continued to lead the group to Qianyuan Academy. It had already been a month, and the strength of the disciples had also increased by a large margin. The strength of the outer disciples had reached the third-order demon emperor on average. The strength of the inner disciples had all reached the eighth-order demon emperor. 2 of them had even reached the ninth-order demon emperor. This trip to the Array Elixir sect was Yi Hao's biggest gain. The blood martial elixirs alone could increase the strength of the disciples again. Therefore, Yi Hao did not let the disciples kill demonic beasts. Instead, he led the disciples to hurry on with the journey because there were only 2 months left. If they did not hurry on with the journey, they might not be able to reach Qianyuan Academy. Although they were rushing on with the journey, they would take the blood martial elixirs and cultivate hard every time they rested. 2 months later, the Qianyuan Academy was bustling with activity. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was because the first academy would challenge the Qianyuan Academy in a few days. Therefore, many people from the Qianyuan Kingdom rushed to the Qianyuan Academy to watch the battle. However, most of the people were only here to broaden their horizons and see the magnificence of the Qianyuan Academy's disciples. After all, Qianyuan Academy, as the Royal Academy of Qianyuan Kingdom, was very attractive to many people. As for the first academy, to be honest, many people did not think much of it. After all, it had only been a few months since the establishment of the academy. Moreover, the disciples that were recruited were all untalented. How could such an academy be compared to Qianyuan Academy? After all, the Qianyuan Kingdom had existed for a long time. Furthermore, it was the Royal Academy. All the disciples it had recruited were the most talented ones. It was easy to tell who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. It's almost time. Why haven't I seen that guy from the first academy? I think he probably doesn't dare to come. That can't be. The first academy took the initiative to issue the challenge. So what? If he comes to challenge and loses, it will be a disgrace. If it were me, I would definitely not come. I am suspecting that the first academy announced the challenge to the Qianyuan Academy just to promote their reputation. Now that you mention it, I think it's very possible. Master Wang, you said that the master and the rest are not here yet? At this moment, the masters of the Rain Domain had already arrived at the Qianyuan Academy. At this moment, they were listening to the discussions of the people around them in the restaurant of the Qianyuan Academy's affiliated city. Although the Qianyuan Academy was an academy, it was very large. However, it was still very huge. Just the 4 sides of the academy alone had 4 affiliated cities. These cities belonged to the Qianyuan Academy and they were run by the academy. They were used for the daily needs of the disciples and for them to purchase cultivation resources. They were also used by the disciples who came for the annual assessment to rest. It could be said that the Qianyuan Academy was very powerful and was taken care of by the Qianyuan Kingdom. At this moment, the 4 affiliated cities of the Qianyuan Academy were already packed with people. The places to stay had already been snatched up by the people. It could be said that this was much more lively than the recruitment of disciples in the Qianyuan Kingdom. The income from the past few days had made the Tianyuan Academy a lot of money. How would I know? I only hope that nothing bad will happen to the Lord and the others. At this moment, the Wang family head said with a worried look. Dong. What's that sound? At this moment, a loud bell rang. It seems to be coming from the Tianyuan Academy. Let's go and take a look. The masters looked at each other and immediately rushed towards the Tianyuan Academy. Along the way, there were many people rushing towards the Tianyuan Academy. What do you think is going on? Why would the bell ring in the Tianyuan Academy for no reason? Who knows? I heard that every time the bell rings in the Tianyuan Academy, something big will happen. Let's hurry over and take a look. We don't want to miss anything. What's going on? When the crowd arrived at the Tianyuan Academy, they saw that there were already 20 blood-red arenas in the square of the Tianyuan Academy. The crowd looked at the 20 arenas in confusion. At this moment, there was a young man standing on each of the arenas. These young men were all in high spirits and exuded a strong and powerful aura. Are these the disciples that the Tianyuan Academy is sending out to take on the challengers? It's indeed the Tianyuan Academy. The aura of these disciples seems to be very strong. Looking at the Tianyuan Academy's stance, it seems like they are trying to establish their dominance. The crowd listened to the sound of drums and looked at the young men on the arenas. The crowd discussed among themselves. At this moment, dozens of roars were heard. From the direction of the Tianyuan Academy, more than 20 figures appeared and leaped onto the 20 arenas. Who are these people? Seeing the sudden appearance of the 20 people, the crowd could not help but exclaim in surprise. Just as the crowd was confused, the 20 young men on the arenas flew out at the same time. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What did I just see? The crowd widened their eyes and looked at the 20 people on the arenas in disbelief. Chapter 8:13. What bullsh *T First Academy? I think it's not bad to be the last. How dare they challenge Tianyuan Academy? We'll make sure they don't return. I think First Academy is not here yet. Don't tell me they don't dare to come. With senior brother Chu's cultivation, I think he can defeat First Academy alone. At this moment, the disciples of Tianyuan Academy were chatting merrily. When they talked about First Academy, their faces were full of disdain. However, when they talked about senior brother Chu, all the disciples were full of admiration. At this moment, a purple-robed young man was standing in the middle of the ring. At this moment, the young man had an arrogant look on his face. He is Tianyuan Academy's #1 inner disciple, Chu Feng. I heard that Chu Feng has reached the peak of Demon Emperor before the age of 30. I wonder if it's true. Hiss. Reaching the peak of Demon Emperor before the age of 30? Is it true? This is Tianyuan Academy. He said it himself. How can it be false? Look at Chu Feng's heroic face. He should be a proud son of heaven. At this moment, the onlookers could not help but look at Chu Feng. That's Chu Feng. It looks like his strength is extraordinary. I think he's definitely the strongest opponent of Tianyuan Academy. I wonder how the Lord and the others are doing now. At this moment, all the family heads were looking at Chu Feng with worried looks on their faces. Dean, after 3 months of cultivation, all the disciples' cultivations have greatly improved. That's right. The Dean took action personally and used up so much of the Academy's resources. Naturally, the disciples' cultivation has improved tremendously. The talents of this batch of disciples are not bad. It's good that they have improved to this extent. As for the elders of the Tianyuan Academy, they were looking at the disciples in the arena with a satisfied look on their faces. Didn't you say that the people from Rain Domain are here? Why haven't I seen the people from First Academy? The Dean, who was standing in front, suddenly asked. Reporting to the headmaster, the people from the Rain Domain arrived 7 days ago. Our men have been keeping watch, but we have not seen anyone from the First Academy. An elder walked up to the headmaster and reported respectfully. That's strange. The First Academy was the one who issued the challenge. Are they going back on their word? The Dean frowned. Mr. Dean, do you think the First Academy is hiding something? Suddenly, one of the elders asked. Humph. An elder sneered. Are you kidding me? You know that First Academy is recruiting disciples. What kind of trash are those disciples? Where is the age limit? What tricks can the First Academy play? Hearing this elder's cold snort, the other elders nodded their heads. In the past 3 months, the Tianyuan Academy had sent many people to investigate the First Academy. Although the development and construction of the First Academy had exceeded their expectations. However, the talents of the disciples of the First Academy left them speechless. Even if the Tianyuan Academy were to give those disciples to the First Academy for free, they would not want them. They didn't know what First Academy was thinking. Since they had so many resources, why didn't they use them to groom talented disciples? Why did they choose to groom ordinary disciples? In their opinion, the First Academy was wasting resources for nothing. Those without talent were destined to be martial artists. They were destined to be trash who couldn't cultivate. Even if they wasted resources, they wouldn't achieve much in the future. Thus, from their point of view, those without talent simply did not have the qualifications to cultivate and compete for resources with those with good aptitudes. First, recruiting so many disciples with no aptitude, in their eyes, was a completely idiotic act. Mr. President, although the disciples of the First Academy are nothing much, they do have a lot of resources. If we win against the First Academy this time, we can take over the resources of the First Academy. An elder said greedily. Who said that those disciples are useless? We can turn them into the slaves and servants of Tianyuan Academy, another elder said with a sinister look. Ha ha ha, hearing the words of the two elders, the crowd immediately burst into laughter. Even the headmaster had a smile on his face. Let's go. It seems like First Academy doesn't dare to come today. Let's go back. The dean took another look at the 20 disciples in the arena and ordered the elders. Hold on, Dean. Look at that group. Who are they? Just as the elders were about to leave, one of them suddenly spoke up. Aren't they just a group of beggars? Why did they come to Tianyuan Academy? Send someone to chase them out. An elder looked over and said with disgust. No, look at their clothes. They look like people from First Academy. The elder continued. Are you kidding? No matter how trashy First Academy is, their clothes shouldn't be so tattered. That's right. Look at those people. They are all disheveled and their clothes are tattered. They are worse than beggars. If this is really First Academy, they are making a fool of themselves. The elders sneered. On the other hand, the dean narrowed his eyes and looked solemn. Something is wrong. Suddenly, the dean said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Dean. When the elders saw the strange look on the dean's face, they stopped laughing and looked at him in confusion. They must have crossed the magical beasts forest from First Academy to Tianyuan Academy. The dean looked at the elders and said. What? Crossed the magical beasts forest? Are they crazy? How lucky are they to have made it here alive? When the elders heard the dean's words, they exclaimed. Look at the bloodstains on their bodies. One look and I can tell that they have been through a war. If they had taken the official road, they would not be in such a state. Moreover, the people from Rain Domain arrived first. Besides the magical beasts forest, there is only one other official road from Rain Domain to here. Obviously, they did not come together. The dean looked into the distance at the group of people in tattered clothes covered in blood as he slowly analyzed the situation. When the elders heard the dean's words, although they did not want to believe it, they had to believe that Yi Hao and the rest had crossed the magical beasts forest to come here. At that moment, all the elders were shocked. They could not help but admire the spirit of First Academy. Chapter 8:14. However, they did not expect the First Academy to be able to do it. Moreover, they were able to arrive here safely. At this moment, the dean looked regretful. If I had known that they would be so bold, I would have sent people to kill them. To be honest, even the dean himself was shocked by Yi Hao's ability to traverse the magical beast forest. If he was alone, traversing the magical beast forest was nothing. However, if he were to lead a group of disciples through the magical beast forest safely, he could not guarantee that he could do it. After all, the magical beast forest was filled with danger. At this moment, he could not help but admire Yi Hao's courage and luck. This was because traversing the magical beast forest could result in complete annihilation if one was not careful. Who are these people? Look at their tattered clothes. Why do they look like beggars? Could it be that beggars want to join in the fun? I guess so. Yi Hao led his disciples and listened to the discussions around him. He immediately blushed with shame. Looking at the disciples' clothes, they were indeed tattered. However, there was no other choice. They had been rushing along the way and they had encountered many powerful magical beasts. There was no other choice but to let the disciples kill them. If the disciples could not handle them, the demon honorables would do it. If they could not handle them, they would bombard them with spiritual stones. If that did not work, the disciples could only escape. Therefore, this journey was supposed to be a training for the disciples. In the end, it became a training for everyone. Of course, along the way, they had escaped death many times. That was why they were in such a state. Moreover, time was tight. They did not have time to change their clothes. But now that things had come to this, Yi Hao couldn't care less. He gave a signal to a demon sovereign and that demon sovereign immediately understood. Immediately, he channeled his strength and shouted out loudly. The disciples of the First Academy are here to challenge the Tianyuan Academy. Suddenly, a loud voice reverberated in the sky above the Tianyuan Academy. Hearing that voice, everyone's expressions changed. Then, they turned their gazes to the crowd. No way. What did he say? The First Academy? Why are the disciples of the First Academy dressed like beggars? Is this a joke? I am thinking that the First Academy is not joking, right? Now I'm wondering if I heard wrongly, or if I saw wrongly. At this moment, when everyone saw the way Yi Hao and the others were dressed, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva in shock. Where did this stinky beggar come from? Hurry up and get out of here. Don't force me to make a move. Suddenly, an outer yard disciple who was standing on the arena said with a face full of disgust. I've always heard that the First Academy is trash and I didn't believe it. Now that I see it, it's true. Wearing such tattered clothes, what kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to open an academy? Why don't they take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror? If it were me, I would just leave this place. Why should I stay here and embarrass myself? At this moment, the young men standing on the ring began to mock him. All of them were in high spirits, completely ignoring Yi Hao and the others. My lord, the Tianyuan Academy is too arrogant. Let me take care of them, Hu Ku said angrily when she heard what the Tianyuan Academy disciple had said. There's no need to discuss with a bunch of people who are about to be defeated. Yi Hao said with a light smile. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the Tianyuan Academy. Are you guys from the First Academy? The middle-aged man was arrogant and looked at Yi Hao with disdain. This is the president of the First Academy. Who are you? A demon stepped forward and asked. I'm a handyman in the Tianyuan Academy. Our president and elders are too busy to deal with such trivial matters. Hence, I'm in charge of this challenge. The middle-aged man said coldly. Wow. When the crowd heard what the middle-aged man had said, there was an uproar. The First Academy is an academy after all. The Tianyuan Academy really doesn't respect the First Academy. I didn't expect the Tianyuan Academy to be so disrespectful to the First Academy. It's fine if the president doesn't come out, but even the elders don't come out. They just sent a handyman. I reckon the First Academy's reputation will be completely ruined. I didn't expect the president of the First Academy to be so young. You're courting death. When the demons under Yi Hao heard what the middle-aged man had said, they were enraged. This was because the middle-aged man had said that he didn't respect Yi Hao at all. They couldn't take it lying down. Forget it. Why bother with a dog? Yi Hao laughed when he saw the middle-aged man's smug face. You. The middle-aged man didn't expect Yi Hao to scold him in his face. He snorted coldly and said, I don't think the First Academy is well-mannered. Even the president has cursed. I don't think your disciple is any better. When the crowd heard what the middle-aged man had said, they couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. They wanted to see how Yi Hao would handle this. Well-mannered. Yi Hao lowered his head and smiled. Then, he suddenly moved and punched the middle-aged man. Let me show you what well-mannered means. The middle-aged man was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to fall to the ground. He didn't understand why Yi Hao had dared to attack him. You're just a handyman. How dare you talk to the president about well-mannered? Are you worthy? Yi Hao's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. How arrogant. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. Obviously, no one had expected Yi Hao to attack the people from Tianyuan Academy. Awesome. At this moment, the disciples behind Yi Hao were all smiling when they saw this scene. Our Lord is still so arrogant. When the family heads saw that Tianyuan Academy had sent a handyman to humiliate Yi Hao, they were all furious. However, when they saw Yi Hao send the middle-aged man flying with a punch, they smiled. Come, who still wants to talk to me about well-mannered? Yi Hao looked at Tianyuan Academy. Yi Hao was here to challenge Tianyuan Academy. Naturally, he wouldn't be intimidated by Tianyuan Academy's show of strength. At this moment, in Tianyuan Academy's arena, Chu Feng was looking at Yi Hao with a strong desire to fight. This president of Tianyuan Academy is really arrogant. How dare he hurt our people? President, let me teach them a lesson. They don't know what's good for them. How dare they be so arrogant in Tianyuan Academy? At this moment, the elders of the Heavenly Yuan Academy all had furious expressions on their faces. They had sent a handyman just to humiliate Yi Hao. Chapter 8:15. Although the one who was beaten up was only a servant disciple, this was equivalent to Yi Hao slapping the Tianyuan Academy and the Tianyuan Academy in the face. No, there are so many people watching. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, the Tianyuan Academy will become a laughing stock. The dean's face was gloomy, but he tried to restrain himself. After all, the Tianyuan Academy was at fault. The Tianyuan Academy had sent a servant disciple to humiliate Yi Hao in order to intimidate Yi Hao. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of character and attitude Yi Hao had. However, Yi Hao's actions were completely beyond his expectations. He had thought of many possibilities. There was a possibility that Yi Hao would suffer in silence because he was in someone else's territory, or that Yi Hao would continue his discussion with the servant disciple. No matter what, Yi Hao's reputation would be greatly damaged. However, he had never expected Yi Hao to act so directly. Although the dean was very unhappy, he couldn't help but admire Yi Hao's actions. This was the best solution. If this had happened to him, he might not have dared to do so. However, one needs to have the ability to be arrogant. The dean looked at Yi Hao with a murderous look in his eyes. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Suddenly, a voice was heard. A group of people on horses was heading towards them from afar. At the same time, there was a dazzling palanquin in the middle of the group. Why is the princess here? Why didn't I receive any news? The dean couldn't help but frown when he saw the princess's entourage. The other elders also shook their heads, their faces filled with confusion. Come with me to welcome the princess. Although the dean didn't understand, he still instructed the elders. The princess was also a student of the Tianyuan Academy. However, she was a princess. Her status was higher than theirs. Therefore, no matter how high their status was, they still had to be respectful when they saw the princess. Princess. Yi Hao couldn't help but frown when he heard the voice. The princess who could come here had to be the princess of the Tianyuan kingdom. The Rain Domain was a subordinate force of the Tianyuan kingdom. He had conquered the Rain Domain and made it his own. Moreover, he had opened an academy in the Rain Domain. Therefore, he had no choice but to be on his guard now that someone from the royal family had appeared. It was obvious that the family leaders and the demon sovereigns were nervous when they heard that the princess had appeared. They couldn't help but move closer to Yi Hao. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Clearly, they did not expect the princess of the Tianyuan kingdom to come here. Greetings, Your Highness. The dean of the Tianyuan Academy immediately bowed to the palanquin along with the other elders. Most of the onlookers were from the Tianyuan kingdom. They bowed slightly to show their respect to the royal family. Chu Feng greets Your Highness. May Your Highness remain young forever. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was dressed in purple, had also walked down from the arena. He led the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Academy and bowed to the palanquin with a confident smile on his face. Young Master Chu Feng is the pride of our Tianyuan kingdom. There's no need to be so courteous. A pleasant voice came from the sedan. Thank you, Your Highness. Chu Feng stood up. I heard that Your Highness hasn't found a suitable husband. Do you think Princess Chu Feng has a chance? I've heard that Her Highness is as beautiful as a fairy, and young Master Chu Feng is handsome and talented. I think it's very possible. I also heard that in the Tianyuan Academy, young Master Chu Feng has confessed his love to Your Highness more than once. In our Tianyuan kingdom, who can compare to young Master Chu Feng? Therefore, Your Highness will definitely take a fancy to young Master Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard the discussions around him. Indeed, he had been chasing after the princess all this time. Not only because of her status, but also because of her appearance. She was very beautiful and moving. It was just that Her Highness the Princess had been keeping him at a distance of 1,000 miles, which made him feel very displeased. But there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked her to be of such a high status? Therefore, in order to get the princess, he could tolerate everything. Chu Feng suddenly looked to the side. Yi Hao and the others were still standing. They didn't even bow to him. He couldn't help but frown. Chu Feng was suddenly delighted. He thought that it was time for him to perform. How dare you not bow to Your Highness when you see her? Chu Feng looked at Yi Hao and shouted coldly. Hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Yi Hao and the others. Yi Hao saw Chu Feng's provocative gaze and immediately felt unhappy. He hadn't provoked Chu Feng yet. He didn't expect Chu Feng to provoke him first. At this moment, many family heads and elders couldn't help but frown. They looked at Yi Hao and didn't know what to do. After all, if it was the rain domain of the past, they would naturally bow to the princess when they saw her. However, the current rain domain was no longer the rain domain of the past. It had been conquered by Yi Hao. To be clear, the rain domain no longer belonged to the Tianyuan kingdom. In their opinion, with Yi Hao's character, he would never bow to the Tianyuan kingdom's princess. This was because if Yi Hao bowed to the Tianyuan kingdom's princess, it would be equivalent to lowering his head. That would also mean that Yi Hao had bowed to the Tianyuan kingdom. In everyone's opinion, Yi Hao would never do so. However, if Yi Hao didn't do so, he would be caught red-handed. It would be equivalent to declaring war with the Tianyuan kingdom. Therefore, Chu Feng's words were equivalent to putting Yi Hao in an abyss of suffering. He couldn't advance or retreat. At this moment, the space suddenly became quiet. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Hao. Bastard, I will kill you sooner or later. Yi Hao looked at Chu Feng with a murderous gaze. At this moment, Yi Hao was also thinking of a countermeasure. After all, if he bowed to the Tianyuan kingdom now, it would be immoral to attack the Tianyuan kingdom in the future. But if, alright, I said there's no need for such formalities. I just want to watch the competition. Suddenly, a voice from the sedan chair interrupted the silence. Why does this voice sound so familiar? The voice from the sedan chair interrupted Yi Hao's thoughts. Yi Hao was puzzled when he heard the voice from the sedan chair. In fact, what puzzled him even more was that the princess in the sedan chair seemed to be helping him. After all, if she continued to force him, he would have to make a choice. Should he bow to the princess or not bow to the Tianyuan kingdom? However, the princess's words directly skipped this topic. For the time being, he didn't need to worry about it or make a choice. Chapter 8:16. On the other hand, when Chu Feng heard what the princess had said, he was unhappy. However, when he thought of the challenge, he couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, he was confident that he could defeat the 20 disciples from the First Academy with his strength. He was already looking forward to performing well in front of the crowd and suppressing the First Academy's reputation. At the same time, he wanted to show off in front of the princess. Since Your Highness wants to watch the competition, why don't we start now? Although the dean couldn't guess what the princess was up to, he immediately said respectfully, "Millimeter, let's start then." A pleasant voice came from the palanquin again. "In that case, let me announce the rules. The Tianyuan Academy will set up 20 arenas and they will be divided into the inner and outer sections. The first academy can send out disciples to challenge any of our disciples. Of course, it has to be the outer section challenging the outer section and the inner section challenging the inner section." The dean stood out and introduced the 20 arenas. "Since the first academy is challenging us, we have to play a big game." At this moment, an elder stood out and said, "Oh, what do you think? You can speak your mind." The dean pretended to be interested and asked, "Why don't we make an agreement? If the first academy loses, they'll join our Tianyuan Academy unconditionally. Although we don't think much of the first academy, it's still a good thing," the elder said with a smile. "What did you say?" The crowd behind Yi Hao was instantly enraged. The elder's words implied that he didn't care about the first academy at all. Moreover, he had said such words in front of so many people. It was obviously a slap to the first academy's face. As for the surrounding crowd, they all turned their gazes to Yi Hao. They wanted to know how Yi Hao would resolve this matter. After all, this was the Tianyuan Academy. Anyone would be furious if the first academy was humiliated like this. "I didn't say anything. This is the truth. Moreover, the competition is so grand. If there is no bet, it would be too boring." The elder continued to say with a smile. He didn't care about the crowd's anger at all. In the eyes of the Tianyuan Academy, the angrier the people from the first academy were, the more they would care. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy could not wait for the competition to start so that they could humiliate the first academy. After all, after 3 months of soaking in the medicinal bath, their cultivation had improved greatly. Thus, at that moment, they were impatient to display their strength. "We can have a bet, but what if your Tianyuan Academy loses?" Yi Hao looked at the elder and asked. When the elder heard Yi Hao's question, he was stunned. Then, he laughed out loud. "Are you kidding? Are you still dreaming? Do you really think that the first academy can win? What a joke." "What I'm asking is, if Tianyuan Academy loses, what should you do?" Yi Hao repeated in a low voice. "You." A trace of fear appeared in the elder's heart when he heard Yi Hao's tone. But then he remembered that this was the Tianyuan Academy. What was there to be afraid of? He said firmly, "Our Tianyuan Academy will not lose. But if we lose, we will unconditionally merge with the first academy. But you won't have the chance to do so." "Humph." Yi Hao sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "With your status, you're just an elder. I don't think you have the right to make this decision. You'd better ask your dean, lest you get punished when the time comes." The elder had not expected that Yi Hao would dare to look down on him. He was furious, but the dean stopped him. "I am the dean of the Tianyuan Academy. I will accept this bet," the dean said confidently. "That's good too. Princess, please be our witness." Yi Hao did not expect the princess to be his witness. After all, the Tianyuan Academy was backed by the royal family. On the other hand, they had decided to wear the same pair of pants. The reason Yi Hao said this was so that if the Tianyuan Academy wanted to go back on their word, they would not only be humiliating the Tianyuan Academy, but also the royal family. "Very well. Let this princess be the witness. This princess will definitely not be partial to any side." The princess's voice sounded from the palanquin. However, no one took the princess's words seriously. It was not that the princess's words had no weight. Everyone knew about the relationship between the Tianyuan Academy and the royal family. They also knew that with the strength of the Tianyuan Academy, they would definitely win. Hence, in the eyes of the crowd, this was equivalent to the princess agreeing to the Tianyuan Academy's request. When the Tianyuan Academy won, she would openly help the Tianyuan Academy take over the first academy. At this moment, many people looked at Yi Hao with pity. They thought that Yi Hao was too impulsive. He had actually gambled the entire first academy. Yi Hao was already mentally prepared. Hence, He did not take the princess's words seriously. Since that is the case, let the competition begin, Yi Hao said to the crowd. All right. Dean Yi, please send out the geniuses of the First Academy to challenge us. The dean emphasized the word geniuses. It was obvious that he was mocking Yi Hao. Let's challenge the outer sect first, Yi Hao said as he glanced at the outer sect arena. In fact, Yi Hao was already full of confidence in his outer sect disciples. It was basically impossible for them to lose. It's up to your mood. No matter who you send out, the Tianyuan Academy will accept it, the dean of the Tianyuan Academy said indifferently. Wang Kai, go ahead. Pick any one of them to play with, Yi Hao said to Wang Kai. Yes. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, Wang Kai immediately walked out. At this moment, Wang Kai was looking forward to defeating the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy and venting his anger. At the same time, his 3 months of hard work would not be in vain. He had escaped death by the skin of his teeth. Come on, trash from the First Academy, come and challenge me if you have the ability. I am the weakest among the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy. I am only a second-order demon emperor. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The moment Wang Kai walked out, an outer sect disciple stood on the arena and spoke in an arrogant tone while looking at Wang Kai. This disciple was a middle-grade talent. He was originally ranked in the top 10 among the outer sect disciples. However, after 3 months of medicinal baths, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In 3 months, he had advanced by 2 levels and reached the second-order demon emperor. Chapter 8:17. However, he managed to do it through the medicinal bath. Hence, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. When he saw Wang Kai, he wanted to show off his strength. In his opinion, based on his current cultivation, he could definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the outer disciples. Moreover, he had heard that the disciples recruited by the First Academy were trash. In his opinion, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Wang Kai. At this moment, he could already see himself humiliating Wang Kai. Moreover, the dean had said that whoever defeated the First Academy would receive a large amount of cultivation resources. Hence, even if it was for the cultivation resources, he had to win. Moreover, there were so many people watching. This was definitely a good opportunity for him to show off. The disciples of the Tianyuan Academy are indeed extraordinary. Even the 10th outer disciple has reached the second-order demon emperor realm. Second-order demon emperor realm. It seems that the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy are much stronger than before. It seems that this disciple is going to win. The First Academy is going to lose miserably this time. At this moment, the crowd was looking at the disciple in the arena and discussing. The disciple in the arena seemed to be enjoying the attention of the crowd. At this moment, he even felt a little light in his heart. Dean Yi, this disciple is indeed the 10th outer disciple. I believe that the strength of your disciple should not be weak. It seems that you've won this round. The dean suddenly looked at Yi Hao and said. Hearing the dean's words, the crowd naturally understood what he meant. Of course, he was mocking Yi Hao. What he meant was that the Tianyuan Academy had sent out the weakest disciple. It was obvious that he was going easy on Yi Hao. If Yi Hao could not win, it would be embarrassing. Thank you for letting me win, Yi Hao replied with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. The confidence in Yi Hao's tone made the dean frown. He thought to himself, could it be that the disciple sent out is really stronger than the second-order demon emperor realm? Otherwise, how could he be so confident? This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to see the First Academy fail to win a single match so that he could humiliate Yi Hao harshly. Looks like we've miscalculated this time. The Tianyuan Academy's principal's expression turned ugly. In his opinion, Wang Kai must be one of the most powerful outer disciples of the First Academy. However, he didn't give up completely. He still had a trace of hope for his disciple. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, a second-order Devil Emperor disciple's strength was already considered pretty good. Based on the First Academy's strength, it was almost impossible for them to have a second-order Devil Emperor disciple. Since you want to die, Then don't blame me. Besides, your mouth is too smelly. Wang Kai snorted coldly and directly jumped onto the stage. Cold Moon Beheader. The disciples of the Qianyuan Academy knew that Wang Kai's strength might not be as simple as they had imagined. Therefore, he took the initiative to use a martial skill to attack. And when Wang Kai saw the attacking disciples, his reaction was abnormally fast. After all, he had experienced life and death in the magical beast forest and was filled with battle experience. A disciple's sudden attack was nothing to him. The two immediately collided. Wang Kai took 3 steps back, but the Qianyuan Academy disciple only took 1 step back. I told you that the Qianyuan Academy disciple is more powerful. That's right. Look, the Qianyuan Academy disciple only took 1 step back, but the first Academy disciple took 3 steps back. I don't think so. Didn't you see that the Qianyuan Academy disciple used a martial skill, but the first Academy disciple didn't? Could it be that the first Academy disciple is more powerful? That's hard to say. Who knows if the Qianyuan Academy disciple has more powerful martial skills? Or maybe the first Academy disciple doesn't have more powerful martial skills. That's right. Although cultivation is important, martial skills are also very important. When the crowd saw that Wang Kai and the Qianyuan Academy disciple were fighting, they immediately started to discuss. On the other hand, the Qianyuan Academy disciple was shocked. He had not expected that Wang Kai would be able to block his sudden attack. Most importantly, he had used a martial skill, but Wang Kai had not done anything to him. The martial skill that he had used was a top-grade demon yellow martial skill. Furthermore, he had already practiced it to the point of perfection. The strength of the attack was comparable to a dark demon yellow martial skill. However, Wang Kai had not used a martial skill and he could not do anything to Wang Kai. He knew that he was not as powerful as Wang Kai. Ice Pisser. The Qianyuan Academy disciple squinted his eyes and snorted. He immediately attacked Wang Kai again. It is a dark demon yellow martial skill. The Qianyuan Academy is indeed resourceful. When the crowd saw the Qianyuan Academy disciple use a martial skill, they could not help but exclaim. When the dean and elders of the Qianyuan Academy saw this, they nodded their heads. In their opinion, it was the wisest choice for the disciple to use his strongest martial skill at this moment. Not bad. He has actually practiced his martial skill to the proficient level. It is comparable to a dark demon yellow martial skill. The dean of the Qianyuan Academy looked at the Qianyuan Academy disciple's martial skill and said, "Did you see that? The first Academy disciple is not panicking at all." At that moment, when everyone was amazed by the martial skill that the Qianyuan Academy disciple had used, someone suddenly spoke up. Whirlwind slash. Just as everyone was looking at Wang Kai suddenly roared out. What? It is also a dark demon yellow martial skill. When the crowd saw Wang Kai use his martial skill, they could not help but exclaim. Looking at the power of his martial skill, it is at least at the proficient level. I did not expect the first Academy to have a dark demon yellow martial skill. It seems like the first Academy came prepared. They are not as weak as the rumors say. Just when the crowd was discussing, Wang Kai and the Qianyuan Academy disciple had already started fighting. The crowd could not help but open their eyes wide. They wanted to see clearly who was stronger between the two of them. Ah! Suddenly, a scream was heard. Everyone could tell that the scream came from the Qianyuan Academy disciple. Right after the scream was heard, the Heavenly Yuan Academy's disciple was sent flying and smashed into the ground below the stage. There were many wounds on the disciple's body. The most serious one was the disciple's right arm. It had almost been cut off. At that moment, Wang Kai was still standing on the arena with a long sword in his hand. There were no wounds on his body. Chapter 8:18. Who is the trash? Wang Kai pointed his sword at the disciple below the ring. Although the disciple below the ring looked indignant, the wounds all over his body prevented him from saying a word. "Thank you for letting the First Academy win this round," Yi Hao said with a smile as he looked at the Qianyuan Academy's dean, who was beside him. When the dean of the Qianyuan Academy heard Yi Hao's words, His expression turned even uglier. He had not expected that the Tianyuan Academy would lose the first round of the challenge. Moreover, they had lost so decisively. Although he had thought that Wang Kai might be strong since he was the first disciple that Yi Hao had sent out, he had not expected Wang Kai to be able to crush the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy. Humph, I don't believe that you have more powerful disciples. The dean of the Tianyuan Academy suddenly snorted coldly. In his opinion, Wang Kai was probably the only disciple that Yi Hao could send out from the outer yard. Dean Yi, please continue to send out people to challenge. I hope that the First Academy can still win, the dean of the Tianyuan Academy said. Since it is a challenge, let's not waste any more time, Yi Hao said with a yawn. What do you mean? The dean of the Tianyuan Academy did not understand Yi Hao's meaning and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. What I mean is that I will send out 9 disciples to challenge the remaining 9 disciples of the outer yard of the Tianyuan Academy. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they were shocked. They are going to challenge all of them? Could it be that the First Academy has run out of powerful people and they are going to give up? I think so. After all, the First Academy has only been established for a few months. How could they have so many powerful disciples? If the First Academy can defeat the Tianyuan Academy in just a few months, that would be terrifying. Alright, since Dean Yi wants to challenge them, I have no objections. The dean of the Tianyuan Academy finally smiled when he heard Yi Hao's words. In his opinion, Yi Hao was rather tactful. He knew that he was going to lose, so he did not want to waste any more time after winning one round. After all, it would be too embarrassing if he lost all 9 rounds in a row. Therefore, he might as well finish it in one go. Anyway, they had already finished one round and won. With the standard of the First Academy, even if they lost all the rounds, it would not be too embarrassing. If he were Yi Hao, he would probably do the same thing as Yi Hao. With such thoughts in mind, the displeasure that the principal of the Tianyuan Academy felt from losing the first round vanished without a trace. At this moment, the elders of the Heavenly Yuan Academy were all smiling. Clearly, they had the same thoughts as the dean. The 9 of you can go, Yi Hao said to the 9 outer yard disciples behind him. Yes. Upon hearing Yi Hao's order, the 9 outer yard disciples immediately jumped into the arena. Yi Hao was full of confidence in these 9 disciples. At that moment, the many family heads all had worried expressions on their faces. Their thoughts were practically the same as the Heavenly Yuan Academy's headmaster. Tell me, is the Lord really going to go all out? Looks like it's more or less the same. Sigh, I was still hoping for a miracle. Now, it seems impossible. The weakest outer yard disciples of the Tianyuan Academy are at least level 2 demon emperors. The remaining 9 disciples are at least level 3 demon emperors. Hearing the discussion of the family heads, the demon sovereigns smiled without saying a word. Only they knew what kind of drastic changes had happened to these disciples in the 3 months that they had been following Yi Hao. Junior brothers of the Tianyuan Academy, where are you? Suddenly, one of the 9 people in the arena shouted. Here. The other 8 people responded immediately. Their aura was so imposing that it made one's heart tremble. Come with me to teach the bunch of ignorant trash from the First Academy a lesson. Okay. The 9 disciples of the Tianyuan Academy shouted in unison. Then, they used their strongest martial skills to defeat the disciples of the First Academy in the shortest time possible. However, the disciples of the First Academy were not to be trifled with. One by one, they rushed up to meet the challenge. In an instant, the 9 people in the arena were intertwined and it was a dazzling sight to behold. The entire area quietened down and no one talked about it anymore. Only the sound of weapons clashing and the shouting of the disciples could be heard. It seems like the First Academy is not that weak after all. That's right. By right, the First Academy should have been defeated. However, it seems like they are evenly matched. However, the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy are indeed powerful. They have reached level 4 Demon Emperor. Didn't you see that the disciples of the First Academy are not weaker than level 4 Demon Emperors? Could it be that the rumors are false? The First Academy is not that weak. At this moment, the onlookers looked at the 18 people who were fighting on the 9 arenas. They were evenly matched. The scene of the disciples of the First Academy being defeated as they had imagined did not happen. At this moment, the onlookers were shocked. "Dean, how could this be? It seems like the disciples of the First Academy are not weak." "That's right. I saw a few of our disciples giving it their all. Could it be that the First Academy is really hiding their strength?" When the elders of the Tianyuan Academy saw this scene, they started to panic. At this moment, the smile on the Tianyuan Academy's dean's face had long disappeared. He frowned and said, "Impossible. The First Academy has just been established. How is it possible that they have so many talented disciples? It's impossible." The dean of the Tianyuan Academy refused to believe what he was seeing. After all, the Tianyuan Academy had a strong foundation and the disciples they recruited were talented. It was reasonable for them to be strong. Moreover, he had spent a large amount of resources to let his disciples soak in the medicinal bath for 3 months. In his opinion, the First Academy should not have been defeated. However, although there was no clear winner, he could not accept the fact that they were evenly matched. After all, he had looked down on the First Academy and was full of disdain. After all, the First Academy had just been established. Even if they recruited some talented disciples, they could not be compared to the disciples that the Tianyuan Academy had carefully nurtured. Moreover, he had sent someone to investigate and found out that the disciples recruited by the First Academy did not have any talent requirements. Moreover, they were all disciples with poor qualifications. However, there were so many disciples who were as talented as the Tianyuan Academy. How could he accept this? Chapter 8:19. What do you mean? When the crowd heard Yi Hao's strange words, they turned to look at Yi Hao. Bam! Just as the crowd was looking at Yi Hao's expression changed. Suddenly, a disciple flew out of one of the arenas. When the crowd saw the disciple flying out, they turned to look at the arenas again. There was only one disciple left in one of the arenas. At the edge of the arena, another disciple was lying on the ground, struggling in pain. Everyone was stunned because no one was able to react in time. What on earth had happened? The disciple of the First Academy was standing and the disciple of Tianyuan Academy was lying on the ground. What happened? Weren't they evenly matched just now? How did the battle end so quickly? Just as the crowd was still in shock, 2 figures flew out of 2 more arenas. Bam! Bam! 2 more disciples of Tianyuan Academy landed on the edge of the arena. The winner was still the disciple of the First Academy. How is this possible? Doesn't this mean that the First Academy has won 4 rounds? When the crowd saw this, they swallowed their saliva. However, the shock did not end there. In the blink of an eye, 2 more disciples of Tianyuan Academy flew out. The First Academy has won 6 rounds. Someone said in shock. Bam! 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 At this moment, the outcome of the battles in the other arenas had also been decided. In the end, all the disciples of Tianyuan Academy were defeated. Tianyuan Academy had been completely defeated. The crowd could not believe what they had just seen. They had expected the First Academy to be defeated. But now, the First Academy had won 10 rounds in a row. In other words, the outer disciples of Tianyuan Academy had lost to the outer disciples of the First Academy. However, many people simply couldn't react in time because all of this happened too quickly. They were still in shock that the First Academy was evenly matched with the disciples of Tianyuan Academy. But in the next second, the First Academy had defeated all the disciples of Tianyuan Academy. The First Academy has hidden their strength well. I didn't expect Tianyuan Academy to be so weak in front of the First Academy. The First Academy is too surprising. No matter what, the First Academy has won 10 rounds. They are invincible. Now I can't help but look forward to seeing how powerful the inner disciples of the First Academy are. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. But when the crowd saw that Yi Hao was the principal of the First Academy at such a young age, they were even more shocked. After all, Yi Hao's First Academy had proven with their abilities that the First Academy was not as weak as the rumors said. The First Academy's outer sect could crush the Tianyuan Academy's outer sect. Hence, Everyone had no choice but to pay attention to the first academy. We actually won. This can't be real, right? How can these disciples be so strong? What have they experienced in the past 3 months with the Lord? Haha, who would dare to say that the First Academy is not as good as Chenyuan Academy in the future? The Chenyuan Academy is nothing. The Chenyuan Academy was defeated by the First Academy. At this moment, all of the family heads were beaming with smiles. They didn't even dare to think that the First Academy could win, let alone defeat the Chenyuan Academy. After all, these outer sect disciples were selected by Yi Hao from their families. They were very clear about the abilities of these disciples. Compared to now, it was a world of difference. The family heads looked at the demon reverends of their families and realized that the demon reverends didn't have much of an expression on their faces. They knew that they were worried for nothing. Compared to the Chenyuan Academy, the people of the Chenyuan Academy looked extremely upset. How can this be? How did the people of the First Academy become so powerful all of a sudden? Principal, I suspect that the disciples of the First Academy might have taken some special elixir. Principal, I also suspect that if they didn't take any special elixir, how could they defeat the disciples of the Chenyuan Academy? At this moment, the elders of the Chenyuan Academy started to voice their doubts. This was because they couldn't accept that the Chenyuan Academy was defeated by the First Academy. After all, if this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Chenyuan Academy would be ruined. After all, the Chenyuan Academy was defeated by an academy that had just been established for a few months. This was something that would make people laugh their heads off. Your Highness, I also suspect that there is something wrong with the disciples of the First Academy. Hearing the words of the elders, the Chenyuan Academy's principal cupped his fists and said to the princess with a gloomy face. What? Could it be that the disciples of the First Academy really took some special elixir? I knew it. How could the disciples of the First Academy defeat the disciples of the Chenyuan Academy? Sigh, the First Academy is indeed despicable. They actually used some special elixir. When the crowd heard the words of the Chenyuan Academy's principal and the elders, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. After all, as martial artists, they knew that there were many elixirs that could greatly increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. However, if the First Academy used some special elixir to increase their cultivation in a short period of time during the competition, it was too despicable. Chenyuan Academy, don't slander us. That's right. Since when did you learn to accuse others because you can't afford to lose? We didn't use any special elixir to increase our cultivation in a short period of time. This is our true strength. We would never do such a despicable thing. At this moment, the disciples standing in the arena were furious. They had not expected to be accused by the Chenyuan Academy even though they had won the competition. After all, this wasn't just questioning their strength, it was also an insult to their character. At this moment, Yi Hao's face turned cold. He had not expected the Chenyuan Academy to be such a sore loser. They had lost and they still wanted to accuse others. Why is this the way the Chenyuan Academy does things? After losing, you still want to accuse others. You are weak and you still doubt others' strength. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the Chenyuan Academy's principal. Hehe, I am only suspecting. I did not accuse anyone. Could it be that Principal Yi has a guilty conscience? The Chenyuan Academy's principal snorted coldly. To be honest, the Chenyuan Academy's principal also suspected that the disciples of the First Academy had taken some special elixir. This was because the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the disciples of the First Academy shouldn't be so powerful. It was impossible for them to defeat the disciples of the Chenyuan Academy. Chapter 820. Doesn't the First Academy have the testing stone? Just take it out. The princess continued. Yes. Hearing the princess's instructions, the Chenyuan Academy president agreed immediately. He then instructed the elders, hurry up and take out the testing stone. After receiving the president's instructions, the elders immediately left the place and went to the testing stone. The testing stone would show the true strength of the martial artist. If the martial artist had relied on elixir pills to temporarily raise his cultivation level, he would be able to tell with one test. Whether the First Academy is cheating or not, we will know in a while, the Tianyuan Academy president said with a smug smile. In his opinion, he firmly believed that the disciples of the First Academy must have used elixir pills. This was because he believed that the disciples of the First Academy could not be more powerful than the disciples of Tianyuan Academy. President Yi, if you admit it now, it is too late. Don't embarrass yourself later. The Tianyuan Academy president continued to look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao glanced at the Tianyuan Academy president with disdain. He did not care. After all, the strength of the disciples was definitely real. There was nothing fake about it. So what if they took it out as a testing stone? Humph, let's see what you can do later. The Tianyuan Academy president snorted. In his opinion, Yi Hao was just putting up a strong front. As long as he took out the testing stone, he would definitely be exposed. It didn't take long for several elders to return with a massive jade stone. This jade stone was about the size of a person and there were 10 stars carved on it. This is the Demon Emperor rank testing stone. Each star represents a small rank. The Tianyuan Academy president introduced the stone. As long as you infuse your energy into it, the stars will emit red light. Each star that lights up represents a rank. After the Tianyuan Academy president finished speaking, he looked at Yi Hao with a smile. President Yi, the testing stone is here. Let your disciple take it. Wait a minute, there is no hurry. Yi Hao smiled. President, you are doubting my disciple. However, if my disciple takes the testing stone and finds out that his strength is real, won't you apologize to my disciple? All right. If you really have the strength, what's wrong with me apologizing? The Tianyuan Academy's headmaster said confidently. Because in his opinion, the more Yi Hao made things difficult for him by not letting his disciple take the test, the more it meant that Yi Hao was hiding something. Since Tianyuan Academy is such a sore loser, let's prove it to them and make them accept their defeat wholeheartedly. Yi Hao looked at the confident expression of the Tianyuan Academy's principal. He sneered in his heart and immediately said to the disciples, "Let me go first." Wang Kai was the weakest among them, so he took the initiative to speak. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded when he saw Wang Kai step forward. He didn't say anything. The crowd immediately shifted their gazes to Wang Kai's identity. Wang Kai walked up to the testing stone, looked around, and confidently sent his energy into the testing stone. It's lit up, it's lit up. Everyone looked at the testing stone. When it lit up with a red light, they immediately focused their attention on the testing stone. As for the people from the Heavenly Yuan Academy, they all turned their gazes to the testing stone. After all, whether Wang Kai's strength was real or not was related to the reputation of Tianyuan Academy. They couldn't wait for Wang Kai's strength to be fake. However, the result was destined to disappoint them. 3 stars lit up on the testing stone, which proved that Wang Kai's strength was at the 3rd Order Demon Emperor. It's real. Moreover, he's at the 3rd Order Demon Emperor. Didn't you see how deep the red light emitted by the stars is? You should know that the deeper the light, the purer the energy. Look at how bright the 3 stars are. This person is definitely at the peak of the 3rd Order Demon Emperor. I guess he won't be able to find a match for him in the same realm. Everyone looked at Wang Kai and the testing stone and started to discuss. However, Wang Kai withdrew his hand. Are you still going to say that there's something wrong with the testing stone? Yi Hao looked at the Tianyuan Academy's principal and said with a smile. The Tianyuan Academy's principal snorted coldly. His expression was very ugly. After all, the testing stone was provided by them. Moreover, it was impossible for the testing stone to be wrong. If they were to say that there was something wrong with the testing stone at this moment, it would be a real joke. Just because there's nothing wrong with one doesn't mean that there's nothing wrong with the rest. An elder of the Tianyuan Academy stood out immediately and said, "Some people just like the feeling of being slapped in the face." Yi Hao shook his head and said with a smile when he heard the elder's words. As Yi Hao signaled with his eyes, a disciple stood out immediately. He walked to the testing stone and injected his energy into it. 3 stars. Another third-order demon emperor. However, this disciple's energy is stronger and purer than the previous one. Everyone looked at the disciple and started to discuss. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Qianyuan Academy were even uglier. "I don't believe it," an elder said with a ferocious expression. "Continue the test." 4 stars. The third disciple stepped forward and started the test. 4 stars lit up on the testing stone immediately. "How is it? Do you still want to test?" Yi Hao looked at the people of the Qianyuan Academy and asked with a smile. "Continue." The dean of the Qianyuan Academy did not say anything. Instead, it was an elder who said in a deep voice. The fourth disciple stepped forward and tested. 4 stars were also displayed on the testing stone. The 5th, 6th, and 7th disciples went up to test one after another. All of them were 4th-order demon emperors. At this point, the onlookers were so shocked that they were speechless. Now that the testing stone was here, it proved that the strength of the disciples of the First Academy was real. They could not doubt it even if they wanted to. How could this be? The dean of the Qianyuan Academy's heart sank. 7 disciples had been tested. Although there were still 3 disciples who had not been tested. However, it could be seen that the disciples of the First Academy did not use any special elixir or fake the results. The strength that they had displayed was their true strength. However, he was still unwilling to accept it. This was because he was unwilling to admit that the genius that he had painstakingly nurtured could not catch up with the disciples of the First Academy that he had looked down on. When he knew that the remaining 3 disciples of the First Academy had completed the test, he gave up completely. On the contrary, the onlookers were so shocked that they were speechless. This was because the strength of the disciples of the First Academy had shocked them too much. Was this still the rumored First Academy that was trashy? If the academy with so many talented disciples was trashy, what was the Qianyuan Academy? Chapter 821. What? You really want me to apologize? Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the Qianyuan Academy's dean's voice was filled with disbelief. After all, he was the dean of the Qianyuan Academy. In the Qianyuan Kingdom, he was a top-notch existence. He had both prestige and prestige. Now, he was actually asked to apologize to a disciple from another academy. Furthermore, it was in front of so many people. He really couldn't do it. What? Could it be that the dean of the Qianyuan Academy is someone who goes back on his word? Yi Hao didn't give him any face as he questioned him directly. When Yi Hao spoke, he deliberately used his power. Hence, everyone could hear Yi Hao's words. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on the dean of the Qianyuan Academy. Seeing the gazes from all around him, the dean of the Qianyuan Academy looked at Yi Hao gloomily. "Kid, don't go too far. If you go too far, it won't do you any good. Where possible, you should be lenient." The dean of the Qianyuan Academy's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The threat was self-evident. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the dean's words, Yi Hao immediately laughed. Who is the one who is going too far? He kept forcing us to take the test. Now that the results are out, he actually wants to deny it. Yi Hao said coldly as he looked at the dean of the Qianyuan Academy. What's going on? Is the dean of the Qianyuan Academy trying to deny it? With such character, going back on his word isn't that great. Could it be that the higher one's status is, the more they don't keep their word? When the crowd heard the conversation between Yi Hao and the dean of the Qianyuan Academy, they immediately started discussing unhappily. When Yi Hao heard the crowd's words, he looked at the dean of the Qianyuan Academy and sneered in his heart. The dean of the Qianyuan Academy frowned. He knew that he had to give everyone an explanation at this moment. If word got out that he didn't keep his word, the impact on himself and the Qianyuan Academy would be huge. I shouldn't have doubted you. I apologize, the dean of the Qianyuan Academy said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he could, he would immediately kill Yi Hao and the rest. This was because he felt that this was the greatest humiliation of his life. And all of this was thanks to Yi Hao. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Yi Hao. However, there were too many people here, and there were all sorts of people from different forces. Therefore, he could not make a move here. Even though he felt like his chest was about to explode, he still forcefully suppressed his anger. Bastard, I won't forgive you. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was standing in the arena, glared at Yi Hao viciously. After all, he was a disciple of the Tianyuan Academy. The reputation of the Tianyuan Academy was his reputation. At this moment, the dean of Tianyuan Academy was being forced to apologize to the First Academy's disciple in front of everyone. This was an absolute humiliation, so at this moment, his hatred for Yi Hao had reached its peak. He was not the only one. Everyone from the Tianyuan Academy felt as though they had lost all face. All of them were glaring at Yi Hao furiously. If they could, they would be the first to rush up and kill Yi Hao. Since our disciples have taken the test, shouldn't your Tianyuan Academy's disciples take the test too? Yi Hao did not care about the anger of the Tianyuan Academy's disciples at all. Instead, he spoke up. What do you mean? Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the dean of Tianyuan Academy was furious. Don't tell me you suspect that my Tianyuan Academy's disciples would do such a despicable thing. I don't know about that. However, it's fair. You all should take the test too. At most, I will apologize to your disciples, Yi Hao said nonchalantly. However, he knew very well that during the battle just now, a few of the Tianyuan Academy's disciples had secretly eaten elixirs. Although the actions of those disciples were very subtle and could not be detected by others, they could not hide from him. This was because when the disciples were fighting, he clearly saw the throats of a few of the Tianyuan Academy's disciples move slightly. Then, their strength increased slightly. Yi Hao guessed that the Tianyuan Academy's disciples had probably hidden the elixirs in their mouths in advance. Furthermore, Yi Hao realized that when he said that he wanted to test the Tianyuan Academy's disciples, the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy's disciples had all been stunned. Among the 10 disciples who had been defeated, several of them had panicked expressions on their faces. Kid, don't go overboard. The dean of Tianyuan Academy said gloomily as he glared at Yi Hao. Actually, he did not know that his disciples had eaten elixirs. He only thought that Yi Hao wanted to test the strength of the Tianyuan Academy's disciples after watching the First Academy's disciples take the test. He wanted to use the gap between the two academies to humiliate the Tianyuan Academy. After all, after passing the test, he had to admit that Yi Hao's First Academy's disciples were generally stronger than the Tianyuan Academy's disciples. What's wrong? Could it be that the Tianyuan Academy has a guilty conscience? After all this time, the thief is calling the police, one of the family heads behind Yi Hao suddenly said. You must be tired of living. What are you talking about? The Tianyuan Academy's elder said angrily when he heard the demon venerate's words. However, the onlookers immediately started to gossip and point at the Tianyuan Academy. Since they want to test, let's do it. If the Tianyuan Academy doesn't do this, what's there to be afraid of? It's good to prove it. Just as the Tianyuan Academy and the First Academy were about to draw their swords, the princess's sweet voice was heard from the palanquin again. Yes, Your Highness. The Tianyuan Academy's dean looked at the palanquin with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. However, he quickly hid it. However, deep down, he believed that his disciples had not consumed any special elixirs. When he thought about how Yi Hao would apologize to his disciples in front of everyone if his disciples had not consumed any special elixirs, the Tianyuan Academy's dean felt relieved. Dean, you can't do this, an elder said anxiously the moment the Tianyuan Academy's dean agreed. This was because he was the one who had given the Tianyuan Academy's disciples the elixirs. He had only done this as a precaution. After all, no one would find out in the end. However, he had never expected that the Tianyuan Academy's disciples would still be tested on the testing stone after they had already been defeated. We didn't do this. What's there to be afraid of? The Tianyuan Academy's dean didn't care about the elder's objection. All he wanted now was for Yi Hao to apologize to his disciples. As long as Yi Hao apologized to his disciples, the dean would at least be able to salvage some of his dignity. Do you guys think that the Tianyuan Academy's disciples have consumed any special elixirs? I don't think so. After all, The Chenyuan Academy was suspicious of the First Academy from the start. If they had already done this, how could they still dare to suspect the First Academy? That's hard to say. What if the Chenyuan Academy is really acting like a thief? Chapter 8:22. The few of you, take the test and prove the innocence of Chenyuan Academy. The principal of Chenyuan Academy said to the disciples. Hearing the principal's words, a few disciples stepped forward and began to test their strength. Although the disciples' strength was not as good as the First Academy's, it was true that they were not mistaken. How is it? What else do you have to say? After testing 4 or 5 people, the principal of Chenyuan Academy said proudly, I knew it. Chenyuan Academy is so reputable that they would never do such a thing. The First Academy is so superfluous. Looks like the principal of the First Academy will have to apologize to the disciples of Chenyuan Academy. We are even now. Many of the onlookers who thought highly of Chenyuan Academy said. The disciples of Chenyuan Academy were even more displeased. TMPH, the First Academy still wants to accuse us. Great, just wait for them to apologize to us. Well, we have won back some face this time. I am still looking forward to the principal of the First Academy apologizing to us. Principal Yi, I think you should apologize. The principal of Chenyuan Academy said proudly. Don't be hasty. Isn't this person not done with the test yet? Yi Hao said as he pointed to the remaining 4 or 5 people. All right, Yi Hao, I will make you admit defeat today. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the principal of Chenyuan Academy said disdainfully. The few of you, stop wasting time. Continue with the test. The principal of Chenyuan Academy said impatiently as he looked at the remaining disciples. The remaining disciples felt guilty when they heard the principal's words. However, they did not dare to explain themselves. What are you waiting for? The principal of Chenyuan Academy said unhappily when he saw the disciples dilly-dallying. The disciples were afraid that the principal of Chenyuan Academy would fly into a rage. They gritted their teeth and walked to the testing stone. One of the disciples placed his hand on the testing stone with trembling hands. However, he did not dare to inject any energy into the stone. Seeing the disciple dilly-dallying, the principal of Chenyuan Academy looked at him unhappily. The disciple felt the principal's gaze and he broke out in a cold sweat. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and injected his energy into the testing stone. 4 of the testing stones lit up. What do you think? Looking at the test stone that lit up, the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster looked at the crowd. He wanted to prove that his disciple's strength was absolutely real. Hua! At this moment, everyone looked at the testing stone, and an uproar broke out. This Chenyuan Academy is actually cheating, using such despicable and shameless means. You're the one who faked it, yet you still want to accuse me. Sigh, this Chenyuan Academy really disappoints me. Hee, it's one thing to cheat, but you actually lost. That's the most ridiculous thing. If it wasn't for the test, we might still be in the dark. Never would I have imagined that the Heavenly Yuan Academy would be reduced to such a state. When the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster heard the discussions coming from the surroundings, as well as the disdainful gazes, he immediately looked towards the testing stone. Out of the 4 stars that lit up at the beginning, one of them was extremely dim and yellow. This proved that this disciple's real strength was still in level 3 Demon Emperor. The extra realm was raised by this disciple with the help of some special pills. How could this be? Who asked you to do this? Seeing this scene, the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and shouted out loudly. At this moment, the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster felt nothing. He could only feel a burning pain on his face. After all, he had doubted the First Academy in front of so many people at the beginning. In the end, the First Academy was fine, but his academy was in trouble. Moreover, he had said confidently that there was nothing wrong with his disciple. At this moment, he felt that everyone was looking at him with ridicule and disdain. The stars on the testing stone stung his eyes even more. Plop! Seeing that the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster was angry, the disciple's face turned pale and he fell to his knees with a plop. Headmaster, please punish me. This is a mistake on my part. I know that I was wrong. The disciple did not dare to betray the elder at this moment, so he could only kowtow and admit his mistake. You're courting death. The Tianyuan Academy's headmaster looked at the disciple with murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, he really wanted to kill this disciple with a slap. Because of this disciple, Tianyuan Academy's reputation would be completely ruined at this moment. There was no need to look at anything else. Just by looking at the looks of disdain on the faces of the crowd, one could tell how important Tianyuan Academy was to them. If this matter were to spread out, the consequences would be even more serious. Headmaster, what is going on? I need an explanation. How could something like this happen in Tianyuan Academy? At this moment, the princess's voice rang out. Your Highness, I really did not know about this matter. This dog acted on his own accord. It has nothing to do with Tianyuan Academy, the Tianyuan Academy's headmaster explained immediately. Of course, he was not only explaining to the princess, but to everyone present. Haha, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that Tianyuan Academy would act like a thief crying thief. Seeing the Tianyuan Academy's headmaster's expression, Yi laughed. Naturally, he would not let go of the opportunity to put down Tianyuan Academy. He immediately laughed and said, Headmaster, we used to hear about how good Tianyuan Academy was. Now, it seems like this is all there is to it. That's right. I didn't expect that you would use elixirs to make up for your lack of strength. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you are the one who did it, but you still want to accuse others. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the many disciples behind him immediately stepped forward to add salt to the wound. You, Fut. When the Tianyuan Academy's headmaster heard what Yi Hao and the First Academy's disciples said, he was instantly enraged. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Headmaster, are you all right? Seeing the headmaster spit out blood, the Tianyuan Academy's elders immediately went to support him anxiously. You bunch of disappointing things. The Tianyuan Academy's headmaster glanced at the outer sect disciples and scolded them angrily. The outer sect disciples of Tianyuan Academy immediately lowered their heads, especially those who had taken the elixirs. In fact, even they did not expect to be tested. Chapter 8:23. This was because even if they lost, they would at most be considered weaker than the First Academy. However, now that they were found to have cheated, it was a matter of character. This was a disgrace to their reputation. This was simply lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. If they had not requested to test the disciples of the First Academy, this problem would not have happened. However, he did not expect his disciples to cheat by taking elixirs behind his back. Moreover, he was kept in the dark, causing him to lose face in front of so many people. Headmaster, could it be that this is how our Imperial Academy teaches its disciples? At that moment, the princess in the palanquin suddenly opened her mouth and questioned. Everyone was shocked when they heard the princess's question. What is going on? The princess of the Tianyuan kingdom is reprimanding the dean of the Tianyuan Academy in public? The dean of the Tianyuan Academy frowned when he heard the princess's question. Although this matter was indeed the fault of the Tianyuan Academy, the princess did not have to give him face and reprimand him in public. Where was he supposed to put his face now? Even Yi Hao was dumbfounded. He did not expect the princess to reprimand the dean of the Tianyuan Academy. One should know that the dean of the Tianyuan Academy and the princess were on the same side. Why would the princess reprimand the dean of the Tianyuan Academy? There must be something going on, Yi Hao thought to himself as he looked at the sedan. That's enough. Dean, you don't have to be angry over this group of trash. At this moment, Chu Feng stepped out and said. What does Chu Feng mean? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the 10 disciples of the Tianyuan Academy were immediately displeased. After all, although they had lost, Chu Feng could not call them trash in front of so many people. Of course, the disciples did not dare to say anything as they were afraid of Chu Feng's strength. Isn't the First Academy powerful? Today, I, Chu Feng, will challenge all the disciples of the First Academy. Chu Feng looked at the 20 disciples of the First Academy and said arrogantly, "What? Is this Chu Feng crazy? Does he want to challenge all 20 of them alone? Didn't he see the strength of the outer yard disciples of the First Academy? That's right. The outer yard disciples of the First Academy are already so powerful. I guess the inner yard disciples won't be any weaker. Chu Feng deserves to be called the #1 genius of Tianyuan Academy. His behavior is indeed arrogant." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the elders of the Tianyuan Academy were overjoyed. This was because if Chu Feng were to attack and defeat all the disciples of the First Academy, Tianyuan Academy would definitely regain all the face they had lost today. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy, who had been dejected because their academy had lost the competition, were now looking at Chu Feng with admiration. Senior brother Chu Feng is still so handsome. Brother Chu Feng is really too awesome. He actually wants to challenge the First Academy alone. I can't take it anymore. I simply worship senior brother Chu too much. The disciples of the Tianyuan Academy exclaimed excitedly. Chu Feng, are you confident? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the headmaster of the Tianyuan Academy directly asked. Headmaster, don't worry. Against a bunch of trash, it's still a piece of cake for me. Chu Feng looked at the 20 disciples of the First Academy with disdain. This brat is crazy. He actually wants to challenge all of us. No, I feel like beating him up when I see how he's asking for a beating. This brat still thinks he's the Lord. Does he have the strength of the Lord? He still wants to challenge all of us. What a joke. When the disciples behind Yi Hao heard Chu Feng's words, they couldn't help but laugh coldly. However, they didn't care at all. How about it? Headmaster Yi, do you dare to accept the challenge? The headmaster of the Tianyuan Academy looked at Yi Hao provocatively. If you have the guts, accept my challenge. Chu Feng said directly as soon as the headmaster of the Tianyuan Academy finished his words. I'm just afraid that when someone loses, they'll say that the First Academy is bullying us with numbers. Yi Hao looked at the two of them and laughed. Cut the crap. I'm just asking if you dare to accept the challenge. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Chu Feng squinted his eyes and continued to question him. Since you're courting death, how can I not fulfill your wish? Yi Hao said with a smile. Then let's begin. Chu Feng turned around and couldn't wait to jump into the arena. Pay attention to your cooperation. I'm afraid this guy's strength has broken through the demon venerable realm. I'm afraid he's a level 1 demon venerable. Seeing Chu Feng jump into the arena, Yi Hao whispered to the disciples. Because the strength of the disciples was indeed much weaker than Chu Feng's strength. Among the remaining disciples, only 2 of the inner disciples had reached the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. 3 of them were level 9 Demon Emperors, while the remaining 3 were level 8 Demon Emperors and 2 were level 7 Demon Emperors. As for the strength of the outer disciples, needless to say, they definitely wouldn't be at an advantage against a Demon Venerable. Even the 2 peak Archdevil Emperors would have a hard time dealing with a First-Order Archdevil Venerable. After all, although it was only a step away, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. The only thing worth mentioning was the combat experience of the disciples and the tacit cooperation among them, which had been trained over the past few months. Therefore, with so many disciples joining forces, it was very possible for them to defeat Chu Feng. Trash, come up quickly. I want you to know that Tianyuan Academy is inviolable. The First Academy is only qualified to submit to Tianyuan Academy. Chu Feng stood in the arena and shouted, Kill. The disciples of the First Academy had been provoked by Chu Feng time and time again. At the same time, they had been looked down upon by Chu Feng. Even at this moment, the disciples were full of anger. All the disciples roared in unison. They looked at each other and attacked Chu Feng from all sides. Come on, a bunch of trash. I'll show you what strength is. At this moment, Chu Feng looked at the disciples who were charging at him and revealed a smug smile. He also released the aura of a level 1 demon venerable. He wanted to use his realm to suppress the disciples of the First Academy. I didn't expect senior brother Chu Feng to have broken through and reached level 1 demon venerable. Senior brother Chu Feng is indeed the #1 genius of the Tianyuan Academy. Senior brother Chu Feng has reached level 1 demon venerable at such a young age. His future is limitless. No wonder senior brother Chu Feng dares to challenge all the disciples of the First Academy. It turns out that he has broken through to level 1 demon venerable. With senior brother Chu Feng's strength, it seems that we will win this time. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy were shocked by Chu Feng's strength. At the same time, their faces were filled with admiration. Chapter 824. Hiss. Chu Feng is indeed a genius disciple of Tianyuan Academy. I didn't expect Chu Feng to reach the demon venerable realm. His talent is really powerful. At this moment, the onlookers gasped when they saw Chu Feng's realm aura. Haha, Chu Feng really broke through. He really didn't let me down. At this moment, the dean of Tianyuan Academy was stunned when he saw Chu Feng's strength. Then, he smiled with satisfaction. Even the elders behind him were shocked. Then, their faces were filled with ecstasy. Although Chu Feng had also experienced the medicinal bath for 3 months, it was easier said than done to break through to the demon venerable realm as a peak demon emperor. Therefore, even after 3 months, Chu Feng didn't break through. However, his realm was more stable and his strength was more powerful. But they had never imagined that Chu Feng would actually break through without a sound. Chu Feng's breakthrough was absolutely great news for them. Because Chu Feng had broken through to the demon venerable realm, it would be easier to fight against the disciples of First Academy. As long as Chu Feng defeated the disciples of First Academy, the shame of Tianyuan Academy would be swept away. My lord, Chu Feng is so powerful. Can our disciples do it? The family heads saw Chu Feng's powerful strength and couldn't help but ask Yi Hao worriedly. There should be no problem. Yi Hao wasn't too surprised by Chu Feng's strength. Although he didn't use the system to check Chu Feng's realm, he had already guessed it. After all, the system had reminded him that there were disciples at the peak of Demon Emperor in Tianyuan Academy. He was already prepared for Chu Feng to break through to the demon venerable realm. Therefore, he expected Chu Feng to have the strength of a demon venerable. But he didn't have to worry at all because he was also full of confidence in his disciples. Because in the magical beasts forest, Yi Hao had asked his disciples to join forces and kill a second-level demon venerable realm demonic beast to train them. It should be known that a second-level demon venerable realm demonic beast was definitely more powerful than a first-level demon venerable martial artist, even if the martial artist had martial techniques. Although the family heads heard Yi Hao's words, they still looked at the arena with worry. After all, they were a bunch of demon emperors, and their strengths were uneven. Dealing with a first-order demon venerable was something none of them dared to imagine. At this moment, the two sides were already fighting in the arena. You bastard, I'll kill you first. Chu Feng looked at the crowd that was rushing towards him without the slightest trace of fear on his face. The long sword in Chu Feng's hand flashed out a sword flower. With a series of rumbling sounds, it pierced towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai, retreat. Seeing Chu Feng's actions, a disciple spoke. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, Wang Kai quickly retreated to the side. Trying to escape. Do you think you can escape? Seeing Wang Kai retreat, Chu Feng sneered. His long sword was aimed at Wang Kai's neck. But at this moment, 2 disciples attacked from the left and right, attacking Chu Feng from 2 different directions. The weapons of the 2 disciples were also aimed at Chu Feng's vital parts. Chu Feng's heart trembled because if he continued to attack Wang Kai, even if he managed to kill Wang Kai, he would most likely lose his life in the Yellow Spring. Moreover, he didn't dare to take such a gamble because in his opinion, no one's life in the arena was more valuable than his own. A mere Wang Kai was not worth risking his life for. In order to avoid the attacks from both sides, Chu Feng had to give up on attacking Wang Kai and retreat immediately. Whoosh tilde however, the moment he retreated, the sound of a weapon piercing through the air came from behind him. You're courting death. Chu Feng heard the sound behind him and immediately shouted angrily. Sword swing of 1,000 years. Chu Feng was in a dangerous situation and had no choice but to use a martial technique. Suddenly, a majestic force surged out from Chu Feng's long sword and pressed in all directions. That majestic force would probably make any disciple feel uncomfortable if it hit them. I didn't expect Chu Feng to be forced to use a martial technique so quickly. Seeing Chu Feng use a martial technique, many people were surprised. The disciples besieging Chu Feng seemed to have expected that Chu Feng would use a martial technique. When Chu Feng used his martial technique, all the disciples had already retreated. Chu Feng naturally turned the situation around, but at the same time, the martial technique that Chu Feng had used up a lot of energy to use didn't have the slightest effect. It was wasted just like that. Bastards, don't run if you have the ability. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel angry when he saw that his martial technique didn't hurt a single person. Cloud swallowing sword. Triple green sword. Mountain breaking chop. And at this moment, all of the disciples, without prior agreement, actually all used their own martial arts to attack Chu Feng. The onlookers looked at the 20 disciples. All of them used different martial techniques at the same time. Their martial techniques were gorgeous and colorful, and their combined power was astonishing. When everyone saw this scene, they were also taken aback. Because the 20 disciples used their martial techniques almost at the same time. There was no distinction between who used them first and who used them first. Some were strong, some were weak. They intertwined together and bombarded Chu Feng. The onlookers couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Chu Feng because such a joint attack was really shocking. If Chu Feng didn't deal with it well, he would be in danger. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the godlike cooperation between the disciples of the First Academy. It was impeccable. If the disciples of the First Academy didn't have such tacit cooperation, it would be impossible to force Chu Feng, a level 1 demon venerable, into such a state. Most of the disciples of the First Academy would have been killed by Chu Feng. But at this moment, there wasn't a single casualty in the First Academy. Instead, they had forced Chu Feng into a dangerous situation twice. How can their cooperation be so good? Even the elders of the Tianyuan Academy couldn't help but be shocked at the scene in front of them. How did the Lord train these disciples to be so valiant? Many of the families were completely shocked at this moment. This was because they were worried that it would be difficult for these disciples to cooperate because of their different levels of strength. But at this moment, these disciples with different levels of strength cooperated seamlessly. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't expect that he, a demon venerable, would be forced into such a state by a group of trash that looked down on the demon emperor. Even though Chu Feng looked down on the disciples of the First Academy in the beginning, he couldn't help but be cautious at this moment. After all, if he wasn't careful, he might fail miserably. Chapter 8:25. Chu Feng knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He had no choice but to attack one of the disciples. He had to break through the encirclement of the disciples. Otherwise, he would be in a passive position. Since he wanted to break through, Chu Feng had to find a weaker disciple. After all, the weaker the disciple, the easier it would be to deal with them. Therefore, Chu Feng's target was Wang Kai. Bastard, it's you. Of course, Chu Feng still remembered that he had almost put himself in danger because he wanted to kill Wang Kai. Bang! This time, Chu Feng's attack finally collided with Wang Kai's attack. Of course, Wang Kai's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Chu Feng's strength. Wang Kai was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Fart! Wang Kai's internal organs were in turmoil. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Chu Feng is mighty. Brother Chu Feng is mighty. Brother Chu Feng is mighty. Brother Chu Feng, kill him. Brother Chu Feng, kill him. Brother Chu Feng, kill him. Long live Brother Chu Feng. Chu Feng. At this moment, the disciples of Tianyuan Academy were still worried about Chu Feng. However, when they saw Chu Feng display his strength and severely injure Wang Kai, they immediately shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, in front of absolute strength, everything is nothing. Chimph, what's the use of teamwork? He's still a dead dog now. That's why strength is the most important thing. At this moment, the elders of Tianyuan Academy were looking at Yi Hao in a provocative manner. Wang Kai. Seeing that Wang Kai was seriously injured, the head of the Wang family immediately shouted. After all, Wang Kai was a disciple of the Wang family. Although the rest of the family heads didn't say anything, they were all nervous at this moment. When Chu Feng saw Wang Kai flying, a cold smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, his heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, the disciples who were originally standing beside Wang Kai suddenly changed their direction of attack and attacked Chu Feng. Bang! Chu Feng's weapon immediately swept to the side and collided with two disciples. The two disciples simultaneously took a few steps back. On the other side, the attacks of several disciples fell on Chu Feng's body. Although Chu Feng tried his best to dodge to the side, there were still 3 or 4 wounds on his body. Hiss! I'm going to kill you. The pain on his body immediately made Chu Feng suck in a breath of cold air, but the anger of being injured made him roar in anger. Chu Feng's reaction was very fast. He counterattacked the person behind him. Just as Chu Feng attacked the person behind him, the rest of the disciples immediately attacked Chu Feng. Chu Feng was clearly at a loss for what to do from this series of attacks. But Chu Feng's strength was also incomparably valiant. After a few exchanges, 3 or 4 disciples had already suffered varying degrees of injuries. However, in the eyes of everyone, this was already very shocking. After all, it was already very impressive for a group of devil emperors to injure a devil venerable. Furthermore, only 3 or 4 disciples were injured. Furthermore, these 3 or 4 were outer court disciples. Initially, everyone thought that the outer disciples of the First Academy would not be able to retaliate against Chu Feng. However, the inner and outer sect disciples of the First Academy had performed exceptionally well and valiantly. In this way, it was difficult for everyone to see who would win and who would lose in a short period of time. On the other hand, Chu Feng and the many disciples were fighting back and forth non-stop. Although many disciples were defeated continuously, the disciples did not show the slightest bit of panic. Their cooperation was still very tacit. Although Chu Feng was a devil venerable, he was not feeling well at this moment. There were more than 10 wounds of various sizes on his body. At this moment, Chu Feng's luxurious clothes had become tattered and covered with blood. At this moment, Chu Feng also looked battered and exhausted. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was ferocious. He originally thought that he could kill the disciples of the First Academy, but he did not expect the outcome to be like this. The disciples of the First Academy were much more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, their tacit understanding was also unbearable. This was because when he was about to defeat a disciple, several disciples would attack him from all directions. Although he could defend against most of the disciples' attacks, there would always be some that he could not take care of. Moreover, Chu Feng realized that if he continued to fight like this, his physical strength would become more and more depleted. If this continued, it would not be good for him. Look at Chu Feng's attacks, they are not as fierce as before. I have to admire the First Academy. Not only are their disciples powerful, but their tacit understanding is also so strong. No matter what, this time, the First Academy should be famous in the Tianyuan Kingdom. Hook, we should use all our strength. At this moment, a disciple suddenly said to Hook. What? Could it be that they were still hiding their strength? When the onlookers heard the disciples' words, their jaws almost dropped. After all, in their opinion, it was already very good that the disciples of the First Academy could fight with Chu Feng like this. If they were to say that the disciples of the First Academy were still hiding their strength and did not use all their strength previously, it would be too shocking. In fact, it was indeed so. Hook and that disciple were the only devil emperors at the peak of their cultivation. With their supreme aptitude, they could absolutely crush any martial artist of the same level. They could even fight against a first-level devil venerable. However, that was only if the opponent was an expert with inferior or middle aptitude. Chu Feng's aptitude was indeed not bad. He was of superior aptitude, so it was not that easy to deal with him. Therefore, Hook and that disciple hid their strength for the sake of being conservative. They waited until Chu Feng's strength was depleted before they attacked and defeated Chu Feng. In their opinion, it was almost time, so they did not want to hide anymore. Junior brothers, step back first. Leave the rest to us, Hook said to the disciples of the First Academy. The disciples also knew the strength of Hook and that disciple, so they trusted them very much and immediately stepped aside. Ha ha ha, just 2 devil emperors at the peak and you think you are so great. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Seeing the other disciples step aside and only Hook and that disciple were left, Chu Feng immediately mocked them. This was because he did not care about the strength of the disciples of the First Academy at all. The only thing he was afraid of was the strong cooperation between the disciples of the First Academy. Chapter 8:26. You'll know who's courting death soon, Hook snorted after hearing Chu Feng's words. It had to be known that after 3 months, although these 20 disciples weren't blood brothers, they were blood brothers. The bond between them was already very strong. But now, 6 or 7 of them were injured by Chu Feng. Among them, Wang Kai was seriously injured. How could they not be angry? Therefore, at this very moment, the 2 of them were going to return all of this. The 2 of them looked at each other and attacked Chu Feng. They used martial arts at the same time. Good timing. Seeing the 2 of them rushing up, Chu Feng shouted excitedly. Then, he also used martial arts to attack. Boom. The 3 of them collided violently. Everyone was watching this scene attentively. Fart. How is this possible? Chu Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated several meters continuously. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was full of horror. Because through the battle just now, he suddenly found that the overall strength of Hook and Wang Kai was really above him. After all, he had just broken through to Demon Venerable not long ago. He knew best about the strength of Peak Demon Emperor. Based on his understanding of Peak Demon Emperor, even 4 Peak Demon Emperors couldn't defeat a first-level Demon Venerable. But the 2 in front of him did it. How could he not be shocked? What was more shocking was the onlookers. At this moment, many people exclaimed. The 2 of them really hid their strength just now. Even if he's hiding his strength, this Peak Devil Emperor is really too strong. He actually managed to injure Chu Feng. Given the strength of the 2 of them, they should be able to crush any other Peak Demon Emperor. What's going on with this First Academy? Why is it so unexpected every time? Demon Emperor versus Demon Venerable. Today is an eye-opener for us. And Hook and Wang Kai, seeing Chu Feng injured, naturally wouldn't let it go easily. The 2 of them didn't stop and continued to attack Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the 2 of them with a strong murderous intent in his eyes, but there was also a trace of fear. Because if he couldn't wait to kill Hook and Wang Kai immediately. But after seeing the strength of the 2 of them just now, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a little guilty. However, in front of so many people, he had already made a bold statement. He could not back down so easily. Chu Feng clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. He once again rushed forward. 9 clouds slash. Chu Feng shouted and immediately used his strongest martial technique. The 9 cloud slash had a total of 9 slashes. Each slash carried a huge amount of power, and the power of each slash was stronger than the previous one. The power of the 9th sword strike was even greater than the sum of all the previous strikes. This 9 cloud slash was Chu Feng's famous consummate skill, and it was also his life-saving trump card. Chu Feng wouldn't use it lightly. Although the 9 cloud slash was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. At the same time, there was a fatal problem that only Chu Feng knew. That was the 9 cloud chop. The first few moves were still fine. However, when it came to the final chop, the 9 cloud chop would become a martial technique that would injure the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Therefore, the 9 cloud slash was extremely powerful, but the side effects were unknown. Moreover, when the 9 cloud slash was used, it could also reduce one's cultivation. However, at this very moment, he had no choice but to use the 9 cloud slash. Moreover, he had to use his strongest move. Because if he didn't use his strongest move, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Hook and the others today. Moreover, he would suffer a crushing defeat. In front of so many people, he absolutely couldn't allow himself to be defeated. Therefore, Even if there was a danger of his cultivation falling, he had to use the 9-cloud slash. After all, if his cultivation fell, he could still recover it if he cultivated diligently. However, if he lost all his face here today, it would be very difficult to recover it. Moreover, he had seen the 9-cloud slash before and had fought against many experts above his level. Therefore, he was confident that he could use the 9-cloud slash to kill Hook and the others. Phew, so this is senior brother Chu Feng's 9-cloud slash. It looks so powerful. I didn't expect that those two demon emperors would actually force senior brother Chu Feng to use the 9-cloud slash. Now that senior brother Chu has used the 9-cloud slash, I reckon those two will be defeated. No one has ever been able to survive senior brother Chu Feng's 9-cloud slash. Those two were able to force senior brother Chu Feng to use the 9-cloud slash. They have already died a worthy death. It's an eye-opener to see senior brother Chu Feng use the 9-cloud slash today. At this moment, the disciples of Chenyuan Academy were all amazed when they saw Chu Feng use the 9-cloud slash. Because Chu Feng was the #1 genius of Chenyuan Academy, naturally, many people of Chenyuan Academy had heard of Chu Feng's martial skills. Although the onlookers hadn't seen the 9-cloud slash, they knew that the 9-cloud slash was extraordinary and abnormally powerful when they saw the power of the 9-cloud slash. I didn't expect Chu Feng to have such a powerful martial skill. This time, it seems that the disciples of Chenyuan Academy may be defeated. I think so too. After all, although those demon emperors are strong, Chu Feng is a demon venerable. Now that he has such a powerful martial skill, it will be difficult for those two to win. The dean of Chenyuan Academy listened to the discussions of the crowd and frowned. Because others didn't know, but he knew the side effects of the 9-cloud slash. If Chu Feng used the 9-cloud slash now, his strength would very likely drop to the demon emperor realm. What was even more serious was that Chu Feng's talents might fall because of this. Why did he know this? It was because he was the one who gave Chu Feng the 9-cloud slash. Even he didn't dare to deny the power of the 9-cloud slash. But at the same time, the side effects of the 9-cloud slash were also huge. At this moment, he saw Chu Feng use the 9-cloud slash. It was very likely that after Chu Feng defeated those two, the genius Chu Feng would officially fall. However, the dean of Chenyuan Academy didn't stop it. In his opinion, nothing could compare to the dignity of Chenyuan Academy. If Chenyuan Academy lost today, the dignity of Chenyuan Academy would be lost forever. As for the genius disciples, he could just find and nurture them again. If Chu Feng knew what the dean of Chenyuan Academy was thinking at this moment, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. Because the dean of Chenyuan Academy didn't tell him that using the 9-cloud slash would damage one's talent. The dean of Chenyuan Academy only told him that using the 9-cloud slash might reduce one's cultivation. If he knew that it would damage one's talent, he probably wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. After all, talent was more important than cultivation. Chapter 8:27. Quickly, kill him. Seeing the power of the 9-cloud slash, Hook knew that it couldn't be underestimated. He immediately said to the disciple beside him. Like Hook, the Peak Demon Emperor disciple also knew that Chu Feng's 9-cloud slash was extraordinary. Both of them attacked Chu Feng at the same time. Both of them used their full speed to attack Chu Feng. Both of their attacks landed on Chu Feng's body first. Chu Feng's 9-cloud slash was just a hair's breadth away from being used. However, it was interrupted by the two at this moment. No! I can't accept this. Chu Feng roared unwillingly as he was sent flying. Hook and the other didn't give Chu Feng the slightest chance to react. They continued to attack Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng's martial technique was interrupted and he was continuously attacked by the two. He could only barely resist their attacks. At this moment, Hook and the other didn't dare to hold back. They unleashed their full strength. Under their continuous attacks, Chu Feng was surrounded by danger. This is too strong. Seeing the two's continuous attacks forcibly interrupt Chu Feng's 9-cloud slash, the onlookers were shocked speechless. Originally, they thought that Chu Feng's 9-cloud slash, a powerful martial technique, would be able to kill Hook and the other with absolute power. However, they never expected that Hook and the other one would do something beyond their expectations. They actually forcibly interrupted Chu Feng's martial technique. One had to know that it wasn't impossible to interrupt a martial technique. However, it was easier said than done to interrupt a martial technique with a higher cultivation and such a powerful martial technique. Only those with a higher cultivation than Chu Feng could do it. However, Hook and the other one's cultivation was obviously lower than Chu Feng's, yet they could interrupt Chu Feng's martial technique. How could they not be shocked? The onlookers saw that Chu Feng was continuously retreating. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. At this moment, Chu Feng was several times more miserable than before. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. It turned out that Hook's weapon and Chu Feng's weapon collided violently once again. Hook retreated several steps, his face flushed red. However, Chu Feng was even more miserable. His entire body turned into a parabola as he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He directly crashed into the crowd. The crowd immediately opened up a path for him in panic. He almost smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes to Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng's entire body was in rags and was covered in blood and dust. His entire body was like a pile of mud as he lay limp on the ground. At this moment, Chu Feng's gaze actually became somewhat blurry and unfocused. He looked incomparably sluggish. At this moment, who would still be able to connect Chu Feng with the number one genius of the Chenyuan Academy? Everyone knew that Chu Feng was finished. The number one genius of Chenyuan Academy was probably going to be wasted from now on. Hook and the others all had wounds on their bodies as they clasped hands and bowed to Yi Hao. Dean, we were fortunate to have accomplished our mission. Yi Hao looked at the crowd. Although they had won, he could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. At this moment, everyone seemed to have exhausted more than half of their strength. Everyone's eyes were filled with exhaustion. It could be seen that they had won with great difficulty. However, the joy in their eyes could not be hidden. After all, they had defeated the number one genius of Chenyuan Academy in front of so many people. Furthermore, he was a demon venerable expert. This had greatly increased their reputation. From the eyes of many people, they could see the reverence in those people's eyes. All right, this is over. Dean Yi, let's begin the inner disciples competition. Just when everyone was still shocked by Chu Feng's defeat, the Dean of Chenyuan Academy suddenly spoke. Wow! Hearing the Dean of Chenyuan Academy's words, everyone was instantly stunned. They looked at the Dean in confusion. Wasn't the competition over? The outer disciples had cheated and were defeated. Now, even the number one genius of the academy had been defeated. Did they not feel that they had lost enough face? What was the point of continuing the competition? What do you mean? Yi Hao's eyes darkened when he heard the Dean of Chenyuan Academy's words. He asked coldly, "The outer disciples competition is over. Isn't it time for the inner disciples competition?" The Dean of Chenyuan Academy continued with a smile. At this moment, the Dean of Chenyuan Academy was at his wit's end. After all, he could not admit defeat to Yi Hao and bow down to Yi Hao. Why is there still a competition? Didn't Chu Feng's competition just now? The head of Wang family immediately stood out and questioned the Dean of Chenyuan Academy. After all, the inner disciples of Chenyuan Academy were already exhausted. If they were to be challenged again, it would be difficult for them to win. No one had expected the Dean of Chenyuan Academy to be so shameless. He actually used such a move. Chu Feng wanted to challenge them. He doesn't represent Chenyuan Academy, the Dean of Chenyuan Academy said shamelessly. Hey, what does that mean? Chu Feng's challenge doesn't count. I didn't expect the Dean of Chenyuan Academy to be like this. Chu Feng lost. Now that the disciples of Chenyuan Academy are exhausted, he actually challenged them again. The onlookers couldn't help but whisper when they heard the Dean of Chenyuan Academy. Chu Feng doesn't represent Chenyuan Academy? Then why didn't you say so in the beginning? The head of Wang family asked unhappily. You didn't ask. Moreover, We agreed from the beginning that the inner and outer disciples of Chenyuan Academy and Chenyuan Academy would send out 10 disciples to battle. Isn't that right? The dean of Chenyuan Academy asked with a smile on his face. You. The head of Wang family was so angry that he was speechless after hearing the dean of Chenyuan Academy's unreasonable words. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Seeing Yi Hao laughing, the dean of Chenyuan Academy frowned and looked at Yi Hao. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at the dean of Chenyuan Academy for being such a shameless old dog. Since the dean of Chenyuan Academy was so shameless, Yi Hao naturally wouldn't give him any face and directly scolded him. You. The dean of Chenyuan Academy heard that Yi Hao dared to scold him in front of so many people. He was instantly enraged and the aura of a demon emperor was released from his body. What? As the dean of Chenyuan Academy, are you going to get angry out of humiliation and attack me? Yi Hao couldn't help but sneer when he sensed the killing intent from the dean of Chenyuan Academy. The dean of Chenyuan Academy narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he forcefully resisted the urge to kill Yi Hao. It wasn't that he couldn't kill Yi Hao. However, there were so many people here. If he rashly killed Yi Hao, Chenyuan Academy would go down in history in infamy. Chapter 828. Your request. What do you want? The dean of Chenyuan Academy thought that Yi Hao would continue to refuse and he would have a way to cancel the competition. As long as the competition was cancelled, the bet from before would no longer count. However, he did not expect that Yi Hao would agree to it all of a sudden. Then I will challenge the 9 of them. Yi Hao looked at the 9 people in the arena and said, What? You want to challenge them? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the dean of Chenyuan Academy was stunned. Then, he sneered and said, Are you kidding me? With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to see that Yi Hao was only a level 1 demon emperor. However, the 9 inner disciples of Chenyuan Academy were all level 5 demon emperors and above. If they challenged Yi Hao, there would only be one outcome. Yi Hao would be tortured to death. He was afraid that he had misheard. How could Yi Hao say such words? At this moment, the 9 disciples on the stage all revealed a cold smile on their faces. Although Yi Hao's status was equal to that of the dean of Chenyuan Academy, this was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how powerful Yi Hao's status was, his cultivation was trash. They would not take him seriously. After the challenge, if I win, Chenyuan Academy will submit to me, Yi Hao said, staring at the dean of Chenyuan Academy. Okay, let's do as you say. Let's start. The dean of Chenyuan Academy agreed immediately, as if he was afraid that Yi Hao would go back on his words. Because as far as he was concerned, Yi Hao was simply courting death. Since Yi Hao was courting death, then why should he stop him? Wait a moment. For the sake of the spectators, why don't we test each other's strength again? Just as Yi Hao was about to step onto the stage, the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster suddenly extended his hand to stop him. When Yi Hao saw the expression on the Chenyuan Academy's dean's face, he could naturally guess what the Chenyuan Academy dean was thinking. In fact, the dean of Chenyuan Academy was just being cautious. He was afraid that Yi Hao would use some special means to hide his strength. But in front of the testing stone, no one could hide. However, if Yi Hao was really a first-order devil emperor, he would be able to humiliate Yi Hao. After all, Yi Hao had revealed his cultivation level in front of so many people. How ridiculous would it be if the deans of these academies were only first-order devil emperors? All right. Yi Hao readily agreed to the test. Regardless of what the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster was thinking, as long as he defeated the Chenyuan Academy's disciple in the end, the Chenyuan Academy's thoughts would be useless. What is going on? Why is the principal of the First Academy challenging an inner disciple of the Chenyuan Academy? I wonder how powerful the headmaster of the First Academy is. He looks so young. Is he trying to test his strength? Let's wait and see. Everyone was puzzled by Yi Hao's sudden challenge to the Chenyuan Academy's inner disciples. However, everyone was more concerned about Yi Hao's true strength. After all, Yi Hao looked so young and he was already the dean of the First Academy. If this had happened before, everyone would have looked down on the First Academy. However, the series of events that had happened today had completely changed everyone's view of the First Academy. At this moment, the First Academy was an important existence in everyone's eyes. After all, everyone had witnessed the strength of the First Academy's disciples. Even their disciples were so powerful. Hence, everyone was looking forward to seeing Yi Hao's strength. "Headmaster Yi, please." The Tianyuan Academy's dean pointed at the testing stone and sneered at Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the testing stone and walked directly into the arena. At this moment, everyone was focused on Yi Hao in the arena. They were looking forward to seeing Yi Hao's strength. "Headmaster Yi, just place your hand on the testing stone and let it inject your strength into it." The elder of the Tianyuan Academy said to Yi Hao with a tinge of fear in his voice. After all, Yi Hao was someone who did not even give face to the dean of the Tianyuan Academy. He was just an elder and he did not dare to offend Yi Hao. If he accidentally offended Yi Hao and Yi Hao did something out of line, he would lose more than he gained. Yi Hao glanced at the elder and injected a bit of his energy into the testing stone. Everyone looked at the testing stone with anticipation. They were so nervous that they could hear their own heartbeats. The most nervous person was the dean of the Tianyuan Academy. However, no one noticed that even the princess in the sedan had stood up and looked at the testing stone. Boom! Just as Yi Hao placed his hand on the testing stone suddenly lit up. How? How is this possible? Everyone stared at the testing stone in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Am I seeing things? Level 1 Demon Emperor? It can't be. How can the dean of the First Academy only be a level 1 Demon Emperor? The testing stone can't be wrong. I didn't expect the dean of the First Academy to be a level 1 Demon Emperor. This is ridiculous. At this moment, the shock on the faces of countless onlookers slowly turned into mockery. After all, Yi Hao had become the dean of the First Academy at such a young age. It could be said that countless people were envious of Yi Hao's status. However, after seeing Yi Hao's strength, they would not let go of this opportunity to mock Yi Hao. Haha, Headmaster Yi is indeed talented. You have reached the peak of the Demon Emperor at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Seeing the pitiful star that lit up on the testing stone, the dean of the Tianyuan Academy said immediately. Everyone could tell that the dean of the Tianyuan Academy was mocking Yi Hao. Even the elder beside the testing stone was speechless when he saw the testing stone. He did not expect Yi Hao to be a level 1 Demon Emperor. He wanted to mock Yi Hao, but he realized that he did not dare to say anything when he met Yi Hao's eyes. At this moment, Yi Hao was very calm about his own strength. After all, only he knew that he could fight against a level 1 Demon Venerable even though he was only a level 1 Demon Emperor. Haha, I didn't expect the dean of the First Academy to be so powerful. At this moment, a disciple of the Tianyuan Academy walked up to the arena and sneered. The disciple looked at Yi Hao provocatively and then placed his hand on the testing stone. Boom! 6 lights lit up, indicating that the disciple's strength was a level 6 Demon Emperor. Headmaster Yi, please show mercy later. After the disciple finished the test, he looked at Yi Hao mockingly. Chapter 829. Normally, a disciple who dared to provoke Yi Hao was courting death. However, when the crowd looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and the disciples' cultivation, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Obviously, they were more optimistic about the disciples' strength. After all, there was a huge gap between a level 1 Demon Emperor and a level 8 Demon Emperor. Even if Yi Hao was talented and could fight against those of a higher level, it was impossible for him to fight against a level 6 Demon Emperor. Senior brother, don't say that. Be careful of Dean Yi's anger. Another disciple walked up to the arena and said sarcastically. Haha, junior brother is right. I hope Dean Yi will be merciful later. The disciple who had finished the test immediately laughed. However, everyone could see that the two disciples were echoing each other and their tone was full of contempt for Yi Hao. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I don't mind killing you now. Yi Hao looked at the two disciples calmly, but his tone was full of killing intent. You. The two disciples looked at Yi Hao and wanted to say something. However, when they saw Yi Hao's cold eyes, a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. The two disciples did not dare to say anything. Soon, one of the disciples reacted and said, "Haha, I am looking forward to Dean Yi killing me, but I hope it will be in the arena." When the disciple thought of Yi Hao's strength, he couldn't help but sneer. Yi Hao ignored the disciple and walked to the arena. He stopped talking. After all, there was no point in talking nonsense with someone who was about to die. Son of AB*TCH, how dare a level 1 demon emperor be so arrogant? I will teach you a lesson later. When the disciple saw that Yi Hao had ignored him, he couldn't help but feel angry. Subsequently, the remaining disciples of Qianyuan Academy also finished the test of their strength. The strength of the inner disciples of Qianyuan Academy was quite good. The weakest one was a level 5 demon emperor, while the strongest one was a level 8 demon emperor. According to this, their strength was considered good. However, compared to the inner disciples of First Academy, they were still slightly inferior. However, to the crowd, none of this was important. That was because they were all looking forward to the upcoming competition. However, in the eyes of the crowd, there was basically no suspense in the following battles. After all, the gap between the two sides was too big. However, everyone was still looking forward to it. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao was the principal of the First Academy. Even if it was just to watch Yi Hao get tortured, it was still worth watching. After all, he was the headmaster of an academy. If he was defeated by a disciple from another academy, it would definitely be very interesting. Dean, I don't think we should do that. Why don't we have so many people? After all, Dean Yi's strength is really. A disciple said respectfully to the Qianyuan Academy. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao with disdain. Impudent. Principal Yi wants to challenge all of you. Are you looking down on Principal Yi? Qianyuan Academy's principal deliberately raised his voice, but there was no hint of blame in his tone. Seeing that the people from the Qianyuan Academy actually dared to look down on Yi Hao, the disciples of the First Academy, including the family heads of the Rain Domain, all looked at the 9 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy with pity. After all, they had seen Yi Hao's strength. This was because Wang Kai and the rest knew that even if the 20 of them used all their strength, they would not be able to defeat Yi Hao. Since the 9 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy dared to be so arrogant and look down on Yi Hao, they knew what would happen to them. In that case, let's play with Principal Yi. Ha ha ha. The 9 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy rushed into the arena with disdainful looks. What do you think? Principal Yi, why don't you admit defeat now? The disciple who had started the fight said arrogantly as he looked at Yi Hao. Senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. That's right. Kill him and wash away the shame of the Qianyuan Academy. A mere level 1 demon emperor dares to challenge us. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Senior brother, kill him. The remaining 8 disciples were shouting at the same time. All right, junior brothers, don't attack first. Let's see how senior brother humiliates him. Han Qing licked his lips. Son of a bitch, lie down. Han Qing didn't take Yi Hao seriously at all. Therefore, he didn't even bother to take out his weapon. Instead, he threw a punch at Yi Hao. He wanted to defeat Yi Hao with absolute strength, because as long as he defeated Yi Hao, he would become famous all over the world. After all, Yi Hao was the principal of the First Academy. Moreover, the number 1 genius, Chu Feng, had fallen. This was an opportunity for him. As long as he humiliated Yi Hao well, he would avenge the principal of the Qianyuan Academy. At that time, his status would be greatly improved. The other 8 disciples stood aside and watched with smiles on their faces when they saw Han Qing attacking. After all, Han Qing was the most powerful one among them at the moment. In their opinion, it would be a piece of cake for Han Qing to defeat Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the arrogant Han Qing, clenched his fist and threw a punch at his face. Yi Hao didn't react much. This was because he didn't need to take a mere Han Qing seriously. When Han Qing saw that Yi Hao didn't react, the sneer on his face became even more pronounced. Die! Han Qing roared. Just as Han Qing's fist was about to land on Yi Hao's head, Yi Hao suddenly moved. Yi Hao didn't dodge. He threw a punch at Han Qing. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and Han Qing's entire body was directly sent flying. Wind steps. The moment Yi Hao hit Han Qing, his figure flashed and he attacked the remaining 8 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy. The remaining 8 disciples saw Han Qing flying. Before they could react, Yi Hao was already in front of them. Bang! 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 Yi Hao threw 8 punches in a row. Each punch contained 100% of his strength. 8 consecutive collisions were heard, and 8 figures were sent flying. The moment the 8 disciples were sent flying, Han Qing landed on the ground. A bunch of trash. Yi Hao looked at the 9 figures on the ground. All 9 of them were unconscious. Only he knew that even if these 9 disciples weren't dead, they would be crippled. It was impossible for them to stand up again. Kid, you are vicious. Seeing the 9 disciples on the ground, the dean of the Qianyuan Academy was enraged. He quickly went forward to check. He discovered that all the disciples' internal organs had been shattered. There was no way for them to recover. First, Chu Feng was crippled. Now, 9 more people were crippled. This was a huge blow to the Qianyuan Academy. I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength well, Yi Hao said. He didn't look apologetic at all. After all, these disciples had dared to be arrogant in front of him. Since they dared to be arrogant, they naturally had to pay the price for their arrogance. Chapter 830. You finally want to fight. Yi Hao sneered when he saw that the dean of the Qianyuan Academy was about to attack. Huang Zhong, come out, Yi Hao shouted. Huang Zhong had completed the mission of the Array Elixir sect and was rewarded with the summoning quota by the system. Yi Hao did not expect that Huang Zhong would be summoned. Stop it. Before Huang Zhong could come out, the princess shouted. However, the dean of the Qianyuan Academy acted as if he did not hear the princess and continued to attack Yi Hao. How dare you disobey my order? Do you want to betray the Qianyuan kingdom? The princess said angrily when she saw that the dean of the Qianyuan Academy did not listen to her. Humph. The dean of the Qianyuan Academy snorted. Everyone was shocked by the actions of the Qianyuan Academy's headmaster. What does the dean of the Qianyuan Academy mean? He doesn't even listen to the princess. It seems that the dean of the Qianyuan Academy is angry. That's right. Today, the Qianyuan Academy was humiliated by the First Academy. If it were me, I would be angry. I just didn't expect Dean Yi to be so powerful. Yes. Dean Yi is just a level 1 demon emperor. I still don't understand how he defeated the 9 disciples. This is unbelievable. However, the testing stone can't be fake. Many people were shocked that the dean of the Qianyuan Academy was so angry that he disregarded the princess's order and attacked. However, what was more shocking and puzzling was Yi Hao's strength. After all, Yi Hao's strength had been tested by the testing stone and they had seen it with their own eyes. He was just a level 1 demon emperor warrior. As for the 9 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy, any one of them was much stronger than Yi Hao. However, no matter how they looked at it, Yi Hao was bound to lose. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Before they could react, the 9 disciples of the Qianyuan Academy had been sent flying. Moreover, he was now lying on the stage, and no one knew if he was dead or injured. One had to know that in the ancient demon domain, ranks were extremely strict. The difference between each small rank was extremely huge. Of course, there were also quite a few geniuses who could surpass this gap and kill enemies of a higher level. However, those were at most 1, 2, or 3 levels higher. That was already very heaven-defying. But no one was like Yi Hao, who was able to jump so many levels at once, and against so many people at that. Furthermore, he was able to kill everyone in an instant without giving them any chance to fight back. At this moment, Yi Hao was simply a celestial being in everyone's eyes. However, many of the onlookers looked at Yi Hao with pity and mockery when they saw the Qianyuan Academy's dean make a move. Because many people were jealous of Yi Hao from the bottom of their hearts. After all, no matter how the first academy was in the limelight, it would only increase Yi Hao's prestige. Hence, it was inevitable that Yi Hao would be envied. Now that the Tianyuan Academy's dean had made a move, no one was optimistic about Yi Hao. Because everyone knew that the Tianyuan Academy's dean was extremely powerful. In the Tianyuan kingdom, he was considered a top expert, and his strength was at the fifth order demon emperor. At this moment, everyone felt the powerful aura coming from the Tianyuan Academy's dean, and their eyes were filled with fear and admiration. Probably no one present could stop the Tianyuan Academy's dean. Oh no, I didn't expect this old thing to fly into a rage out of humiliation. What should we do? We are definitely not a match for the demon emperor. I don't care. Even if we have to fight to the death, we must save the Lord. At this moment, when the Rain Domain's family heads saw the Tianyuan Academy's dean make a move, they discussed anxiously. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for going too far. You don't know how to restrain yourself. Today will be your death anniversary. The Tianyuan Academy's dean's attack was about to land on Yi Hao. What should we do? I didn't expect this old man to dare to disobey my orders now. The princess looked at Yi Hao anxiously. At this moment, she couldn't help but regret not bringing some experts with her. If she had brought some experts, she wouldn't be in such a passive situation. She wouldn't be in such a state, just being anxious was useless. Old thing, don't you dare harm my lord. At this moment, a voice rang out. Swoosh. An arrow shot out of nowhere, heading straight for the Tianyuan Academy's dean. As for the Tianyuan Academy's dean, just as his attack was about to land, he suddenly panicked. He had a feeling that if the arrow continued to land in his hands, he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. The Tianyuan Academy's dean retracted his hand in panic and dodged to the side. Boom! The arrow sank into the ground, and a black hole as thick as a finger appeared where the Tianyuan Academy's dean had been. The black hole was bottomless. Where did this expert come from? Looking at the black hole, the Tianyuan Academy's dean was shocked. His face was filled with horror. Although the arrow had sunk into the ground, the Tianyuan Academy's dean shuddered when he recalled the aura of the arrow. Who is it? None of them had expected that a powerhouse would actually appear along the way. Just looking at the Tianyuan Academy's dean's flustered appearance, everyone knew that Huang Zhong's strength was extraordinary. Huang Zhong, kill him. Yi Hao directly ordered Huang Zhong. Yi Hao knew very well that Huang Zhong hadn't used his full strength just now. After all, Huang Zhong's strength was at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. Dealing with a fifth-order Demon Emperor was an easy task. Yes. After hearing Yi Hao's order, Huang Zhong immediately attacked the Tianyuan Academy's dean. Senior, who are you? I have no enmity with you. Seeing Huang Zhong's powerful aura, the Tianyuan Academy's dean asked fearfully. He still couldn't believe that a Demon Emperor realm expert would listen to Yi Hao's orders. However, Huang Zhong only listened to Yi Hao's orders. Why would he waste time talking nonsense with him? Huang Zhong would only listen to Yi Hao and kill him. Damn it! Seeing that Huang Zhong ignored him, the Tianyuan Academy's dean couldn't help but curse. He immediately turned around and ran. What a joke! After all, he had lived for more than half of his life. How could he not know the principle of running if he couldn't win? One had to know that Huang Zhong's aura was simply too powerful. Otherwise, even if he had the slightest hope of winning against Huang Zhong, he wouldn't run. Instead, he would fight Huang Zhong with all his might. Even the elders and disciples of Tianyuan Academy did not dare to say a word as they looked at the headmaster's corpse. So strong. At this moment, the princess looked at Huang Zhong. Her eyes were shining as she murmured. At this moment, the princess seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. She looked at Yi Hao and asked, where did he come from? Of course, the princess could tell that Huang Zhong was Yi Hao's subordinate. After all, Huang Zhong had addressed Yi Hao as lord. And Huang Zhong had also killed the headmaster under Yi Hao's orders. Great! Young Master Yi's subordinates are really talented. Suddenly, the princess spoke, breaking the silence. Oh! Your Highness, the headmaster of Chenyuan Academy is from your Chenyuan kingdom. Aren't you angry that I killed him? Yi Hao looked at the princess and felt that it was very strange. This was because the princess had been speaking up for him from the beginning. Even when the headmaster of Chenyuan Academy wanted to kill him, the princess had spoken up to stop him. In Yi Hao's opinion, this was very strange. After all, he knew that he had no relationship with the Chenyuan kingdom. The only relationship they had had was that he had attacked the rain domain and turned it into his own force. If it was because of this matter, then she should be looking for trouble with him, not helping him. Young Master Yi helped me kill a person who dared to disobey my orders. I should be thanking young Master Yi. How would I dare to blame young Master Yi? The princess said with a smile. Yi Hao really didn't expect the princess to say this. But Yi Hao wasn't so naive to think that the princess's words were true. He knew that the princess must have something to do with this. After all, the headmaster of Chenyuan Academy was a fifth-order demon emperor expert. In the Chenyuan kingdom, he was a rare existence. Moreover, the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster's prestige wasn't low. Even the Chenyuan kingdom had to treat him with respect. If he killed him just because he didn't listen to the princess's orders, then this demon venerable was simply worthless in the Chenyuan kingdom. Moreover, even if he was killed, it should be the Chenyuan kingdom that did it. It shouldn't be an outsider's turn to do it. According to common sense, even if the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster was in the wrong, killing him would be a disgrace to the Chenyuan kingdom. The Chenyuan kingdom shouldn't let him off. But Yi Hao heard the princess's tone and didn't have the slightest intention of blaming him. And it wasn't just Yi Hao. At this moment, all the onlookers were stunned. Because they didn't expect the princess to say such a thing. Because the princess's attitude made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. After all, everyone knew that the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster was backed by the royal family. But now that the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster was killed, the princess's attitude was unexpectedly like this. She didn't even want to avenge the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster. Instead, she stood on Yi Hao's side. This made everyone unable to figure out what exactly the princess was up to. Do you think the princess has taken a liking to Headmaster Yi? Now that you mention it, I think it's possible. It's said that the princess is talented and intelligent. She's also a peerless beauty, but she's always been single. If she really has taken a liking to Headmaster Yi, don't talk nonsense. If the princess hears it, you won't be able to bear the consequences. At this moment, many onlookers started to make guesses. Do you think the princess really has taken a liking to the lord? Do you remember that when the princess first appeared, she seemed to be biased towards the lord? Now that you mention it, there really is such a thing. Moreover, even the Chenyuan Academy's headmaster was killed. It's fine if the princess doesn't blame him, but she actually thanked the lord. What else can this mean? Chapter 832. At this moment, the faces of the patriarchs under Yi Hao were also filled with shock. Have we met somewhere before? Yi Hao knew that he had not been in the ancient demon's realm for long and had not met any women. Moreover, he had not been to Chenyuan Kingdom before. It was impossible for him to have met the princess. However, the strange thing was that he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the princess. It seems that Mr. Yi is indeed forgetful. The princess chuckled. Have we really met before? Yi Hao looked at the princess even more curiously after hearing her words. Mr. Yi, this is not a good place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. The princess said softly to Yi Hao. All right. Yi Hao looked around. There were too many people and it was not a good place to talk. But Yi Hao looked at Chenyuan Academy. He could not help but worry that Chenyuan Academy would fight with First Academy after he left. People of Chenyuan Academy, listen up. Before I return, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed. The princess said coldly to the elders of Chenyuan Academy. After speaking, the dean of Chenyuan Academy looked at Yi Hao and said, Mr. Yi, you can rest assured now. Yes. Yi Hao nodded and followed behind the princess. The two of them did not bring anyone with them and walked directly into Chenyuan Academy. At this moment, many young talents were looking at Yi Hao's back view with envy and jealousy. The princess was also a student of Tianyuan Academy. Apart from her looks, her status as the princess was sought after by many people. Moreover, many young talents from the Tianyuan kingdom joined the Tianyuan Academy in order to get in touch with the princess first. After all, if they could get close to the princess, they would definitely have a meteoric rise. However, when they saw the princess and Yi Hao leaving together, they were filled with jealousy and hatred. Yi Hao followed behind the princess. When he saw the princess's back view, he immediately moved. "Ah, what are you doing?" The princess was obviously stunned. She looked at Yi Hao in shock and strangled her neck. "Tell me, what do you want?" Yi Hao looked at the princess without any emotion in his eyes and asked coldly, "Don't you know how to take care of women?" The princess stomped her feet in anger at Yi Hao. "Pity the fairer sex. I really don't know how to show mercy to people who harbor ill intentions." Yi Hao was not an animal who thought with his lower body. If the princess was really up to no good, Yi Hao wouldn't mind destroying her. "Let me go first," the princess said angrily. She looked at Yi Hao's expression and felt that he might really kill her. When the princess thought of the countless young men who saw her, they would all try to curry favor with her. Even Chu Feng, the proud son of heaven, the genius whose name resounded throughout the Tianyuan Academy, had never looked him in the eye. But Yi Hao, not only did she take the initiative to befriend him, he didn't even appreciate her kindness and even looked like he was going to kill her. When Yi Hao heard the princess's words, he let go of her. When he grabbed the princess just now, he knew that the princess was definitely no match for him. "Look at who I am." The princess took off the veil on her face angrily. "It's you. You are the princess," Yi Hao exclaimed when he saw the princess. This was because the person in front of him was none other than Zhao Ling, the girl who wanted to barbecue meat for him in the magic beast forest. But later on, he used a magical beast to get rid of her. Yi Hao never expected Zhao Ling to be the princess of the Tianyuan kingdom. "I also didn't expect you to be the famous mysterious principal of the First Academy, the mysterious person who defeated the Rain Domain." When Zhao Ling saw that Yi Hao recognized her, she rolled her eyes at Yi Hao. But she spoke the truth. She really didn't expect that Yi Hao, who she thought was just a servant, would be the principal of the First Academy. Yi Hao had defeated the Rain Domain, established the academy in a high-profile manner, and even challenged the Tianyuan Academy. It was impossible for the royal family not to pay attention to Yi Hao. But the royal family had sent many people to the Rain Domain to investigate, but no one was able to find out Yi Hao's identity. Even though she was a princess, she was still very curious about Yi Hao. But she would never have expected Yi Hao to be so young, and the two of them had even met before. Most importantly, she had previously misunderstood Yi Hao as a servant. But when Zhao Ling saw Yi Hao, her stomach couldn't help but growl. Because the meat that Yi Hao barbecued was simply too delicious. She finished all the barbecued meat that Yi Hao had barbecued for her in just a few meals. She had thought that she would have no chance with that delicious food for the rest of her life. She didn't expect to meet Yi Hao again. "Why are you looking for me?" Although Yi Hao knew Zhao Ling, Yi Hao knew that he wasn't familiar with Zhao Ling. "Of course I am looking for you for something important," Zhao Ling said immediately when she heard Yi Hao's question. "Something important?" Yi Hao looked at Zhao Ling even more puzzled. "Do you want the Tianyuan Academy?" Zhao Ling asked. "What do you mean?" Yi Hao was even more confused when he heard Zhao Ling's words. But he was indeed very envious of the Tianyuan Academy. An academy was a place to nurture talents. The average strength of the Tianyuan Academy was only stronger than that of the First Academy. After all, the Tianyuan Academy had existed for so long. Its rich heritage was incomparable to that of the First Academy. If Yi Hao could obtain the Tianyuan Academy and merge it with the First Academy, the strength of the two academies would increase tremendously. After all, the disciples of the Tianyuan Academy were all talented. With some nurturing, they would become a powerful fighting force. Therefore, Yi Hao believed that many people would be eyeing the Tianyuan Academy now that the dean of the Tianyuan Academy had been killed. But the Qianyuan Academy was backed by the royal family of the Qianyuan kingdom. Although the dean of the Qianyuan Academy was dead, how could the Qianyuan kingdom let go of the Qianyuan Academy so easily? But Zhao Ling was a member of the royal family. Zhao Ling must have his own reasons for saying such words. If you want the Qianyuan Academy, I can make you the dean of the Qianyuan Academy. The entire Qianyuan Academy will belong to you, Zhao Ling said. Chapter 833. As long as you do me a favor, Qianyuan Academy will be yours. Zhao Ling met Yi Hao's gaze and promised. Oh, you are just a princess. I don't think you have the authority to make decisions in such a big Qianyuan Academy, Yi Hao said with a cold smile. Zhao Ling wasn't angry at Yi Hao's words. As long as you do me a favor, Qianyuan Academy will be yours. I'm curious. What kind of favor would make you put in so much effort? Yi Hao asked curiously. The prince consort of the Qianyuan kingdom. Zhao Ling stared at Yi Hao. What did you say? Yi Hao immediately coughed awkwardly when he heard Zhao Ling's words. Don't misunderstand. As long as you become the prince consort of the Qianyuan kingdom and help me obtain the throne, I will agree to any request you have. Zhao Ling was afraid that Yi Hao would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. Yi Hao was even more confused when he heard Zhao Ling's words. What does your obtaining the throne have to do with whether I become the prince consort or not? Moreover, doesn't the Qianyuan kingdom have a prince? In this world, the power of the royal family would fall into the hands of a man. Therefore, the throne would be passed down to a prince or a crown prince, and not to a princess. This was because if the throne was passed down to a princess and the princess married someone else, the throne might fall into the hands of an outsider. Therefore, in many countries, it was taboo for a princess to fight for the throne. Of course, there were also countries that had no choice but to pass the throne to a princess because they didn't have a prince. However, such cases were extremely rare. That's right. My father had a total of 4 children. Among them, the crown prince was the only boy. However, he suddenly died 2 years ago. Now, he is only left with 3 daughters. After listening to Zhao Ling's explanation, Yi Hao roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that the current Emperor Qianyuan only had 4 children in his life. His first child was a boy, and the other 3 were all girls. Therefore, the first boy naturally became the crown prince. If there were no accidents in the future, he would ascend to the throne of the emperor. However, an accident happened. 2 years ago, the crown prince of the Qianyuan kingdom suddenly died. But no matter what, they couldn't find out the reason for the crown prince's sudden death. And now, Emperor Qianyuan's health was deteriorating day by day, and it was time to appoint a new successor. However, Emperor Qianyuan only had 3 daughters left. He had no choice but to choose an heir from his 3 daughters. However, Emperor Qianyuan had a request. His 3 daughters had to find their other halves before they could participate in the fight for the throne. Zhao Ling was the youngest of the 3 daughters, and her 2 elder sisters had already found their candidates. She was the only one who hadn't been found yet. She still had 1 month left. If she couldn't find a prince consort, she would lose the fight for the throne. However, Zhao Ling knew her 2 elder sisters well. If her 2 elder sisters really succeeded the throne, the Qianyuan kingdom would be destroyed sooner or later. Most importantly, she had discovered some clues about the crown prince's death in the past 2 years. These clues indicated that it was very likely that her 2 elder sisters were the ones who had poisoned the crown prince. When Zhao Ling came to this conclusion, it was as if she had heard a bolt from the blue. Therefore, she had no choice but to be careful and vigilant against her 2 elder sisters' evil schemes. Her vigilance was indeed correct. Thanks, Zhu Chen. Thanks, Zhu Chen. Sorry to trouble you, Zhu Chen. As long as you do me a favor, the Qianyuan Academy will be yours, Zhao Ling promised as she met Yi Hao's gaze. Oh, you're just a princess. I don't think you have the authority to make decisions in such a big Qianyuan Academy, Yi Hao said with a cold smile. Zhao Ling wasn't angry at Yi Hao's words. As long as you do me a favor, the Qianyuan Academy will be yours. I'm curious. What kind of favor would make you put in so much effort? Yi Hao asked curiously. The prince consort of the Tianyuan kingdom, Zhao Ling'er said as she stared at Yi Hao. What did you say? Yi Hao immediately coughed awkwardly when he heard Zhao Ling'er's words. Don't misunderstand. As long as you become the prince consort of the Tianyuan kingdom and help me obtain the throne, I'll agree to any request you have, Zhao Ling'er quickly explained, afraid that Yi Hao would misunderstand. Yi Hao was even more confused when he heard Zhao Ling'er's words. What does your obtaining the throne have to do with whether I become the prince consort or not? Moreover, doesn't the Tianyuan kingdom have a prince? In this world, the power of the royal family would fall into the hands of a man. Therefore, the throne of the royal family would be passed down to a prince or crown prince. It would never be passed down to a princess. This was because if the throne was passed down to a princess and the princess married someone else, the throne might fall into the hands of an outsider. Therefore, in many countries, it was absolutely taboo for a princess to fight for the throne. Of course, there were also countries that had no choice but to pass the throne to a princess because they didn't have a prince. However, such cases were extremely rare. That's right. My father had a total of 4 children. Among them, the crown prince was the only boy. However, he suddenly died 2 years ago. Now, he only has 3 daughters left. After listening to Zhao Ling'er's explanation, Yi Hao roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that the current Emperor Tianyuan only had 4 children in his life. The first child was a boy and the other 3 were all girls. Therefore, the first boy naturally became the crown prince. If there were no accidents in the future, he would ascend the throne. However, an accident happened. Just 2 years ago, the crown prince of the Tianyuan kingdom suddenly died. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find out the reason for the crown prince's sudden death. Now, Emperor Tianyuan's health was deteriorating day by day. It was time for him to choose a new heir. However, Emperor Tianyuan only had 3 daughters left. He had no choice but to choose a successor from among the 3 daughters. However, Emperor Tianyuan had a request. That was, the 3 daughters had to find a partner before they could participate in the fight for the throne. Zhao Ling'er was the youngest among the 3 daughters. As for the 2 older sisters, they had already found a candidate. She was the only one who hadn't found one yet. She still had 1 month left. If she couldn't find a prince consort, she would lose the fight for the throne. However, Zhao Ling'er knew the nature of her 2 older sisters. If the throne was really inherited by her 2 older sisters, the Tianyuan kingdom would be destroyed sooner or later. Most importantly, she had found some clues about the crown prince's death in the past 2 years. These clues indicated that it was very likely that her 2 older sisters were the ones who poisoned the crown prince. When Zhao Ling'er came to this conclusion, it was as if she had heard a bolt from the blue. Therefore, she had to be careful and vigilant against her 2 older sisters. Chapter 834. Bai Yuna had been diligently cultivating at the Tianyuan Academy. It was only after the challenge was over that Bai Yuna received the news. However, she heard that the challenger was actually someone from the Rain Domain. Furthermore, the dean's surname was Yi and he was a young man. Therefore, Bai Yuna guessed that this person might be Yi Hao. However, Bai Yuna wasn't sure. Therefore, Bai Yuna hurried over to see if the dean of the first academy was Yi Hao. However, she had never expected to run into Yi Hao on her way here. Even though she had only seen Yi Hao's back, Bai Yuna could recognize at a glance that this was the person she had been thinking about day and night. However, when Bai Yuna saw Zhao Ling'er in Yi Hao's arms, she was instantly stunned. She frowned slightly and looked aggrieved. Yuna. Yi Hao couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard Bai Yuna's voice. After all, he hadn't seen Bai Yuna for a few months. In his heart, he still missed Bai Yuna very much. When Zhao Ling'er heard Bai Yuna's voice, she immediately left Yi Hao's arms and quickly wrapped the scarf around her face. Young Master Yi, who is this younger sister? Why don't you introduce us to each other? Zhao Ling'er spoke first. This is Bai Yuna. This is the princess of the Tianyuan kingdom, Zhao Linga. Yi Hao immediately introduced the two of them. Hello, younger sister Yuna. You can call me elder sister Linga in the future. Zhao Linga walked over to Bai Yuna and naturally grabbed Bai Yuna's hand as she spoke. However, Bai Yuna looked at Zhao Linga in surprise. You are the princess of the Tianyuan kingdom? What princess? We are sisters in the future. Zhao Linga looked at the innocent Bai Yuna and said in a pleasant voice. How would I dare? Bai Yuna quickly shook her head like a rattledrum. Why wouldn't I dare? Isn't the princess also human? It just so happens that I don't have a friend. Zhao Linga said this with a wry smile on her face. You're Mr. Yi's girlfriend, right? Zhao Linga was not stupid. She had clearly caught the hint of jealousy in Bai Yuna's eyes. This meant that either Bai Yuna and Yi Hao had a relationship, or Bai Yuna liked Yi Hao. Otherwise, Bai Yuna would definitely not show such an expression. When Bai Yuna heard Zhao Linga's words, her cheeks immediately turned red. Then, she secretly glanced at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao did not hear it. She immediately shook her head shyly. That means that younger sister Yuna likes young Master Yi. I didn't expect young Master Yi to have such good fortune. Zhao Linga continued to hold Bai Yuna's hand and joked. Hearing Zhao Linga's straightforward words, Bai Yuna's face became even redder. But to be honest, young Master Yi is indeed not bad. Younger sister Yuna, you have to keep an eye on him. Who knows, he might be a playboy who hooks up with a bunch of beauties. Zhao Linga joked. Elder sister Linga, what are you saying? He is so powerful. Naturally, many women will fall for him. How can I stop him? Bai Yuna looked at Yi Hao with a trace of worship and worry in her eyes. Bai Yuna's confidence was somewhat lacking. Can the two of you talk about me behind my back? Yi Hao said awkwardly after being called a playboy by the two beauties right in front of him. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something. Yi Hao held each of their hands as he spoke, not allowing them to refuse. Bai Yuna was a little embarrassed when Yi Hao held the two women's hands, but she did not refuse. Zhao Linga was slightly stunned. Then, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, but she did not break free either. Are we eating barbecued meat? The two women asked in unison. Yi Hao nodded when he heard the two women's question. It was very easy to find a secluded place in the huge Tianyuan Academy. Not long after, the three of them sat by a small stream. Yi Hao took out some magical beast meat and began to clean it up. The two women began to play around. Not long after, they played in the water. These two girls. Yi Hao looked at the two women's clothes that were wet from the water. Their graceful figures were faintly discernible. For a moment, Yi Hao was not in the mood to barbecued meat. That was because this was simply a blatant temptation. The two women did not think so much at all. After all, Bai Yuna had been in seclusion for several months and was bored to death. She was in a good mood when she saw Yi Hao. Now that she could play happily and relax, of course, she would not waste it. Zhao Linga was even more so. As a princess since she was young, her life was full of intrigue and she did not have a single friend. And even if she did have a friend, they could not ignore her identity and play around like this. After all, those people approached her with a purpose. Now that there was no one around to play with Bai Yuna, she had completely forgotten all her worries in a short period of time. Young Master Yi, do you want to play with us? Zhao Linga suddenly said with a mischievous smile. Sure. To Zhao Linga's surprise, Yi Hao actually agreed and walked towards her. Don't, I was just joking. Zhao Linga's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. After all, she was just joking and teasing Yi Hao. After all, she had been taught that men and women should not touch each other. It was deeply ingrained in her mind. If not for the fact that Yi Hao had agreed to play with her and she had been too excited, she would not have suddenly hugged Yi Hao. But now, if Yi Hao really wanted to play with her, she really did not know what to do. Could he really be a pervert? Zhao Linga couldn't help but frown when she saw Yi Hao looking at her. Who are you? Show yourself. But just as Zhao Linga was at a loss of what to do, Yi Hao brushed past her. What? Zhao Linga was obviously stunned as she watched Yi Hao brush past her. You want to run? Do you think you can? In fact, Yi Hao had long discovered that someone was hiding in the forest opposite the stream. Yi Hao was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he used Zhao Lingus words as a bait to brush past the stream and lower the guard of the person hiding in the dark. How did you discover me? The person under the tree opposite the stream was shocked when he saw Yi Hao suddenly appear in front of him. He thought that he had done a very good job of concealing himself. He had even completely concealed his cultivation aura. He still could not figure out how Yi Hao had discovered him. Wearing a set of black clothes in broad daylight, do you think you are the Black Impermanence? Yi Hao sneered when he saw the person in black clothes. Humph, since you have discovered me, you can go to hell. The man in black looked at his black clothes and did not care about anything else. A cold light flashed in his hand and he directly attacked Yi Hao's neck. How dare a mere level 9 Devil Emperor try to assassinate? Yi Hao immediately moved when he saw the aura of the man in black. He punched the man in black's wrist and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Bang! The man in black's arm was broken. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. The dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.